I'd like to call to order the May 25th, 2026 Hutchinson City Council meeting. Mary, call roll.
Truman.
Here.
Garza.
Here.
Goss.
Here on May 5th.
Thank
Fast.
Here.
Magers.
Here.
Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Just a reminder to make sure you silence your phones before we begin. Then I'm going to ask Victor Half Moon if he would come up and give us the prayer.
The young lady fixed the clock over there. Now I've got to shorten my prayer by 4 minutes. So. Let's pray. Father, it is a privilege to come before your throne of grace this evening, knowing that we may only do that through Jesus Christ alone, who is the way, the truth, and the life. Lord, we lift up each one of these council members this evening and ask you to pour out your wisdom in abundance upon them. Help them to clothe their words, Lord, with gentleness and season them with grace. Give them direction and help them to seek what is best for this city and its residents. Lord, you know the needs of each person here tonight, and I ask you to meet them in abundance according to your perfect will and timing. And we ask these things in the name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Victor. Mary, next item.
Item number 4, approval of the proposed agenda.
Any council members have any amendments or additions, removal, or reordering of items on this, or any questions or comments?
I propose that we move item 6C out of the consent agenda. This is the approval of the proposed Zimmerman Hutchinson Park building permit and tap fee reduction. And the reason for moving it is simply that I know that each of us was approached before the meeting and given some information, and it seems worth discussing in the public forum.
Okay. Where do you have a particular place you want to move it to?
I believe it would be new business.
Okay. So we'll move 6C to new business.
Where is this at? You talking about?
It's in the consent agenda. It's 6C. The Zimmerman Housing Edition.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay. Anything else?
Did I make a formal motion, or did I just say I'd like to move it?
You just said it like you
Okay, I move to move item 6C to new business.
I will second that.
Truman.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Fast.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes. Anything else in the consent agenda? If not, I'm looking for a motion.
Move to approve the consent agenda. I will second.
Truman.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
No, this should be the proposed agenda.
Do what?
Oh,
Oh, sorry,
I spoke
sorry,
out
the
of turn.
proposed agenda, sorry.
I spoke out of turn. We'll wait until it comes up on the agenda.
I move to approve the proposed agenda as presented, or as amended.
I'll second that.
Truman.
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Fast.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes. Next item.
Item number 5, petitions, remonstrances, and oral communications from the audience.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I was asked to, I'm Cody Smith, Assistant City Attorney. I was asked to briefly go through Chapter 2 rules governing public comment and make a few clarifications. I'm going to clarify what it means for remarks to be addressed to the governing body as a whole within that explanation. Basic rules in the current code is a person must first be recognized by the proper presiding officer before he or she speaks. They should come to the microphone, state name and address, identify the subject to be discussed, and state whom the speaker represents if they are appearing in a representative capacity. Those remarks are limited to 5 minutes, unless additional time is granted by the majority of the governing body. And those remarks are to be addressed to the governing body as a whole, which I'll speak to briefly here in a moment. No person other than the governing body and the person having the floor may enter into a discussion without permission of the presiding officer. No question may be asked of the governing body member or city staff member without the mayor's permission to do so. And the mayor may require a spokesperson for a group in order to avoid repetitive repetition. Essentially, what the presiding officer's role here is to preserve order and decorum at these meetings. So let's talk about the meaning of address to the governing body as a whole. This is best understood as a rule about the manner of address, not about essentially the content of what the speaker is speaking about. The speaker should address the marks to the council as a body rather than try to directly debate any one of you. And this also holds true to any staff members and even to other members of the audience. Purpose of public comment is for the person to come up here, give their comment to the council as a whole, and that's basically the end of it. It's not a debate time. It's not a discussion time. Kansas Open Meetings Act does not require public comment at meetings. It's an open meeting for the public to appear at and observe. But with that said, I think it is good practice, and the city's always followed this, to have a public comment portion so that it does provide a convenient, perhaps more convenient mode for citizens to express their thoughts and opinions on certain topics to the governing body. So with that said, in terms of addressing, again, it doesn't speak to the content. It speaks to who the person is talking specifically to. So they can't talk about specific council members. They can't talk about specific people in general, as long as it's tailored, of course, to city business. There's no right to come up and talk about someone who doesn't have anything to do with any particular city business. So essentially, the rule doesn't mean the speaker is prohibited from criticizing or disagreeing with anyone in general. So what the presiding officer, which is generally the mayor, unless the mayor is absent, has the duty to enforce recognition for speaking, use of microphone, speaker identification requirements, 5-minute time limit, remarks that be addressed to the governing body as a whole, and prohibition on direct discussion or questioning without permission. I think general public comment should ordinarily be a time just like I said, to receive comment. Council members should be cautious about engaging into debate. I think those times are more appropriate for when a public hearing is set on a particular matter. Oftentimes statute does require public hearings for certain items, and those are the moments where public discussion is encouraged, and they're specifically tailored for that. And of course, there's different rules that apply to that. Here, we want to make sure we're applying the proper rules to the proper setting. So in closing, I do believe Chapter 2 already gives the city meaningful authority to conduct orderly meetings, and if these procedures are enforced, time after time, enforced, applicable to all people who come up here and speak, it'll help preserve decorum, it'll help preserve order throughout the meeting, and it'll still give folks that opportunity to let you all know what they think about particular items going on at the city. So with that said, I'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
I have a question. So in Chapter 2, it mentions under section 2-209, duty to pass ordinances, section F, procedure, and that's where it gives us the 5-minute mark. So is a person able to come up and speak for 5 minutes in petitions, remonstrances, and oral communications, and then 5 minutes at every single item? Or would the additional 5 minutes require council approval for the second and subsequent speeches, remarks?
And that's, I'm actually working on, like I said, I believe Chapter 2 does contain everything we need. However, I do think we could make some revisions to that to make things a little more clear, and to address some practices that I think the city has developed over time that maybe didn't quite make it into Chapter 2. I don't think that particular section that you cited has been amended in a while. And so that particular item that you just mentioned, the public comments for each particular agenda item, actually in my experience, that's kind of a rare thing. Most cities, they have their public comment period, and then that's the time for a member of the public to comment on any items that are, of course, related to the city, but then also comment on anything that's on the agenda later that they want to voice their opinion on. I know here, just from the time I've been here and just from being a citizen here, that the city does it to where they open up public comment to for each individual agenda item. That's nowhere in Chapter 2 specifically, so it really comes down to, then there's the general rule in Chapter 2 that says you all as a council may essentially decide on rules and matters of order for the meeting. So that is something that has been done, obviously, in the past. It's not something that's required. So I think the answer to your question really is it's up to the council up until a point if we want to codify something in Chapter 2. I know as a matter of practice that's how it's been done. But in terms of whether or not you want to apply that rule, because it applies to public comment, and if you're calling the portion where they speak on a particular agenda item public comment, then you could say, well, then they need to ask for more time. With that said, though, there's also a specific rule for the public comment section that we have where it says they're not supposed to talk about an agenda item during the public comment section. So I think if you're going to apply it that way to where they'd have to request more time, then you're going to have to let them comment on that specific item if they want to during the public comment section. But I do think that's one of the areas we need to address, just to make it a little more clear, and then just to adopt some practices or change some practices that the city has developed over time.
And in regards to people speaking before every single agenda item, that was a practice that we informally adopted when I was mayor. And I believe for a brief period of time while Mr. Fast was mayor. Prior to that, we did not have speakers at every single item. You've been around for a long time. Do you recall?
No.
Okay. Like you don't remember people speaking, or you don't recall anything
recall.
what we're talking about?
I don't
Okay.
recall.
So I agree with your assessment that there seems to be unclear practices of what we've kind of historically done. It looks like this section, most of this section hasn't been amended since 1988, which is a while ago.
Yeah. And again, that general rule that you all have the authority essentially to develop practices and set rules. It doesn't say they have to be written. It doesn't say those rules have to be, put into the code. But essentially, it's just what the governing body, at least a majority thereof, wants to enforce, from meeting to meeting. Preferably, it be consistent, but yeah, that's something I would like to try to work on is any consistency. And I think the best way to do that is to get it into some type of writing form, whether it's a policy or whether we get it into Chapter 2.
You guys have any other questions?
How are we proceeding for this evening, Mayor?
As in, how are we proceeding? As in, we're going right into the public comment section.
Right, but in regards to, are people provided 5 minutes in this section and then 5 minutes at every single section
Yeah,
thereafter?
I think, well, this is my thought, is they could speak to the public comment, and then if they would like to speak on the agenda item, they could. But that's up to you guys as well. I mean,
I think you're the one running the meeting. The mayor's always, it's the mayor's preference, I think, and
you know, and that's the thing, we're up here representing the community, is why I think I value those comments. So I'm okay with, at this point, leaving it. I mean, if we have to modify it or change it down the road, maybe that's a discussion item for later. But I was curious about your comments too.
Do we want to apply that 5-minute time limit to each public comment then, including the agenda item comments?
I would think so.
I think it's a good idea, just to maintain.
That way it stays consistent.
And I do know they can put the 5-minute clock. I think there's an issue if there's like a slideshow up there, they might have to take that down and put the clock up.
Yeah, I talked to them. They said they could just pull that down and absolutely do that, so.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, Cody.
All right, at this time, if you have any public comment, you can come to the microphone, state your name, address, and subject you're going to discuss. And if you have multiple people, we ask for one representative, and please keep your comments to 5 minutes. Anybody want to speak in public comment?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I guess the first one to try it. Greg DeGarmo, 1303 Harding, Hutchinson, 67501. The nature of my comments, just to show appreciation. I'd like to start by saying I want to show appreciation to all 5 of you on the council. I know a lot of the business you handle, some things are progressive and great things for Hutchinson, and those are probably the easier ones, but there's a lot of things that are tough to handle. With you all living in the city, you have neighbors or friends or relatives, and some things may affect them. You may have things that you or your family's involved in, and it may be something that comes up for the council, and it even makes it tougher, with to make sure there's not a conflict of interest and all that stuff. So I did want to show appreciation for all the work you guys do. I know you probably don't get much thanks for a lot of the work you do, but it is appreciated. The harder things we need to maintain to keep our city, where we are, or even, make it the best we can. And I think all 5 of you do a great job of doing that. We're trying to make it the best we have. And moving forward, I know there's probably some things that are in the works that are going to be great for Hutch that haven't been let out to the public yet, but I'm looking forward to hearing about all that stuff. I've been a resident of Hutch since 1976, and I've been an employee for the city of Hutchinson since 2002. So I'm pretty vested in the city too. I'd also like to thank our city manager. He's just passed his 2-year mark as of this last month. And in my experience with the city, I've seen nothing but great things. From working in the trenches with a lot of the employees, the morale is turned around 180 degrees. When I first got on the city, it was, you might hear somebody say, hey, there's an opening at the city, you need to get your application in. And then we got into a time period where it's like, somebody say, hey, is there openings at the city? Yeah, but, what else is out there? I mean, you heard employees not telling people to jump. And we went for several years with a lot of vacancies. We've got all those full, you still have a few pop up. You have, people are always leaving, but some are just retiring, and we have to fill those positions. I've also heard from some people that were looking at retiring from the city, and things have turned around so much in the last 2 years that they said, I think I'm going to hang on a little longer because things are really looking good. So I want to express appreciation for our city manager too. I think he's doing great things, and I'm really looking forward to where the city of Hutch can go. I think it can be one of the great employers in the region, and I hope we can get there through all the bumps and battles that we have. But I think we're heading down the right path now, so thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Anyone else?
Hi, good evening. I'm Melinda Jarrett, 402 East 18th. I'm the owner of Sugar Time Confections. I've personally spoke to each of you in the last few weeks, except respectfully Greg Fast, because I've shared the details with him in the past over the years. It's wild to me at the last meeting that when Mr. Garza wanted to bring up negative business practices by HUTCHREC, Mrs. Goss wanted to shut down the conversation. And I can understand your passion since your husband serves on the HUTCHREC Advisory Board of Directors. Having a different last name, most citizens would not know that connection. I stood up ready to speak because Mr. Garza brought up a personal issue of mine. However, I respected that Mayor Meggers wanted to move the meeting along last time, so I thank you for this opportunity this evening. When I shared the story about the food truck saga of last year with each of you, the mayor stated it sounded like the mafia. While HUTCHREC does line up with a small, powerful, and controlling clique in Hutchinson, and they did commit extortion. The details are extremely important as why there was a change in the way that HUTCHREC handled food trucks. I was not trying to do business with HUTCHREC in April of 2025. I was working with the YMCA. I made a public post that my friend and I would be down at the soccer field at Harvey and Plum, right across Cary Park, with her food truck. HUTCHREC contacted the YMCA and told them that we could not be there unless we signed a contract to pay him 15% of our sales. After a lot of phone calls and a lot of frustration, we agreed to sign the contract, and I asked for a meeting with the city manager. Yes, my issue was resolved in 24 hours, and that's exactly what Stacy Goss wanted to point out, that it has been resolved and just wants to shut that down. And it was resolved because it was illegal. I did not make a public comment. I didn't post in regards to my issues. I didn't become a keyboard warrior about it and yell victory was made. However, I am now, because many want to cover up the fact that it was by definition extortion, because the city does not even own the land at Harvey and Plum outside of Cary Park. I thought HUTCHREC just had a leadership issue. I met the director in May of 2018 when he personally came to my shop because I was very upset with the change in structure for Third Thursday. I was told that they planned to have a food truck vendor night once a year in May, and they were going to move it to 5th and Main. At that time, I was more upset that they called food trucks from out of town. I stated that Third Thursday was for businesses in downtown Hutchinson. And that is when the director stated, and I quote, "Third Thursday has nothing to do with you. It's an event that happens to be on your street. I can pick up that event and move it anywhere in Hutchinson." When I pleaded that he would not make a business decision that would have negative impact on my business, he stated, and I quote, "It's not my job to bring you business." 2 subsequent meetings with HUTCHREC invited downtown businesses to give input on Third Thursday. It was met with a summary that it was his way or no way. Again, I thought it was a leadership issues in all these years, but the citizens of Hutchinson need to take a deep dive into the structure of HUTCHREC. You have a director that serves as the acting CEO, CFO, COO, CTO, CIO, CMO, CAO, CHRO, and also the CLO. If you want to look those up, or I'll be happy to spell them out for you. Because he just oversees all of it. I guess that explains why his salary is higher than the governor of Kansas. That's a lot of responsibility for a director, but he also serves as the treasurer for the Hutchinson Recreation Foundation Board, for which I'm trying to understand how that's even acceptable. I've always said I do not understand why we're spending money on studies when educated individuals can come to the table and make decisions. However, I'm learning that all these processes and why we have to sometimes take this path to get the change that's needed. I happen to be a proud graduate of the Barton School of Business at Wichita State University, and if they do the study, I promise the first gasp will be when they're given the business structure, because it leads to an increased fraud and misappropriation risk. And it's just the perception that matters when one's integrity is questioned. In closing, I and many others will not let these talks stop. All my issues since 2018 have only been conversations without accountability, except when I spoke to the city manager. And I do want to tell you that when I spoke to him, I was made to feel the most important person in the room, and I was given time without him one time looking at his watch. He listened to everything intently and took everything I had to say at heart. So I just want to give a lot of respect to that. I appreciate that, and I appreciated his time in that. As more facts are presented to you, I'm just asking what action you plan to take. I feel insulted when one of you said it may take years. Well, if it will not take years, if this council will demand the changes that are warranted and do the right thing without bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak in public comment? All right. If not, Mary, next item.
Item number 6, consent agenda.
All right, so this is the consent agenda. Sorry, I messed up on the first one. So if you, any questions or comments on the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second.
Truman,
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
This would be the consent agenda, including just 6A and 6B. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Item number 7, ordinances and resolutions. A, consider a resolution to set public hearing on advisability of the Meadows on Monroe Rural Housing Improvement District, RHID.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Matt Williams, Director of Community Development. Tonight I have for you a resolution scheduling a public hearing for the Meadows on Monroe, RHID. In November of 2025, Council adopted a resolution finding, based on the 2024 Housing Needs Assessment, that there is a shortage of quality housing in Hutchinson and that additional incentives are needed to encourage housing development. The resolution proposed establishing an RHID pursuant to the Kansas Reinvestment Housing Incentive District Act and was submitted to the Kansas Secretary of Commerce for review. The Secretary approved the Meadows on Monroe RHID on January 7th, 2026, and we've been working with the developer on an agreement since then. The development plan includes 57 single-family homes consisting of 2 to 5 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. The only action before the governing body at this time is to set the date for the required public hearing to consider the adoption of the plan. Eligible costs are expected to be reimbursed to the developer from the RHID tax revenues under a future development agreement. With that, staff recommends council adopts the resolution and schedule the public hearing for June 16th to consider the RHID. I'd be happy to answer any questions on that.
I had a question about the development plan. Because this includes approving the development plan, correct?
That will be at the public hearing. Tonight is just scheduling the hearing.
Okay. So development plan questions should hold off.
Yeah, let's hold off on those until we have Emma Kate here to help us and the developer at the public hearing.
Council have any other questions? If not, I'd be looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution to set a public hearing on advisability of the Rural Housing Improvement District and authorize the mayor to sign.
Did you put the date in there?
I did not.
June 16th.
June 16th of 2026.
I'll second that.
Truman,
Yes.
Garza.
Yes.
Goss.
Yes.
Bass.
Yes.
Magers.
Yes.
Item 7B, consider a resolution to set public hearing on advisability of the Landmark Community Improvement District, CID.
Angela Richard, Director of Finance. Mayor Landmark LLC, owners of 501 North Main, have petitioned for a 2% CID for up to $1.5 million or 22 years, whichever comes first. This is part of a over $21 million project and just part of their financing mechanisms for the project. This motion today is just to set the public hearing for the CID creation. If approved, the CID would go into effect October 1st, 2026. So we're recommending that you approve the resolution to set the CID hearing June 2nd at 5:30 or soon thereafter.
Does council have any questions?
I would move to approve a resolution to set a public hearing on June 2nd on advisability of the Landmark Community Improvement District and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second it.
Truman,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Bass,
Yes.
Biggers.
Yes.
Item number 7C, consider a resolution fixing a hearing date and time for unsafe structures at 3405 East 4th Avenue.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jason Lady, building official. So tonight I bring a resolution before you for consideration of a resolution fixing a hearing for a date and time for unsafe structures at 3405 East 4th Avenue. In my staff report, I'll go over a few other things as I go through the slide presentation, but in my staff report really gives an update from the March 3rd, 2026 meeting. In the analysis, it says, since the building officials update on the city council at the regular meeting on March 3rd, 2026, the occupant has continued to occupy and operate inside the building. The occupant was previously given 30 days to vacate the property, and on April 2nd, 2026, the building official extended the vacation order until May 2nd, 2026. Since this time also from that meeting, the owner appealed the building official's official determination that a sprinkler system is required in the building, as well as a determination that the proposed remodel could not proceed through subsequent plan submittals or phase permitting. At the Building Trades Board conducted on April 8, 2026, the board upheld the building official's determination of both matters. The board upheld the denial of the phase permitting by a vote of 7-0 and upheld the sprinkler requirement by a vote of 5-2. So tonight a proposed resolution for your consideration is before you. The property is still observed to be shows significant signs of deferred maintenance, prolonged neglect, structural deterioration. These conditions appear to meet the criteria set forth in Chapter 21, Article 7 of the Hutchinson City Code regarding safe and dangerous buildings. The structure presents potential health and safety hazards, negatively impacts the surrounding area, and may impede efforts to promote reinvestment in the neighborhood. The financial obligations are really unknown at this time. As we, if we went through this process of condemnation, then that would come through bids, the bid process. So we wouldn't know that until later dates of what that cost is actually going to look like. The strategic alignment for this action directly supports the strategic objective number 4 of the City of Hutchinson's strategic plan, invest in gateways and communities and neighborhoods south of 17th Street, specifically the strategy to preserve neighborhoods through continued focus on condemnations and demolitions of blighted commercial and residential properties. Advancing unsafe structure enforcement helps protect public health and safety, reduce neighborhood decline, and encourage reinvestment in our surrounding areas. Addressing dangerous and neglect property also reinforces the city's commitment to maintaining community appearance and long-term neighborhood stability. So it is my recommendation tonight that council accept and approve the resolution for 3405 East 4th Avenue, fixing a time and a place at which the owner, the owner's agents, any lien holders, and any occupant of the structure may appear to show cause while such structure should be condemned or should not be condemned, order to repair or demolished, and authorize the mayor to sign. The recommended date for that hearing would be June 16th, 2026. Also in my packet, there's just some basic photos, which we'll kind of go through most of these, just kind of explaining a timeline of what's happened over the last month since that meeting. And then also is the timeline for the overall, what we've done overall on this project. So, the purpose of tonight's meeting is strictly to consider a date for the public hearing. Hearing would determine whether the structure should or should not be condemned or ordered to repair. So that condemnation doesn't mean that it strictly has to be condemned. That it means that the owner is either ordered to repair or we can condemn in the future. It also provides a formal due process to the property owner. The current situation of the property is that the structure was declared as an unsafe and dangerous structure in July 2024. There is not a valid certificate of occupancy for the occupant to be there. The required repairs and life safety systems are not complete from when we made these orders back in July of 24, and continued business activity inside the building prior to its closure on Monday. The building is currently boarded up, and all operations inside the building have ceased at this time. The core issue is that this is a pattern. It's not a single event. We don't get from July of 2024 to here where we are tonight without something going wrong. Long-standing compliance issues date back all the way to 2010. We've had repeated deadlines. We've had repeated extensions which have not been met. Permits have been issued without completion, without inspections. And then there's been limited or temporary progress, and that's usually followed by a time of regression. Here's a quick timeline overview. Not the full timeline, obviously, but a quick timeline overview is that in 2010, fire and building requirements were established by an SUP. There's no record of compliance or certificate of occupancy at that time. In 2019, Fed and Happy, and the occupancy would have changed from an S1 occupancy over to an F2, S2 occupancy. I can clarify those if you would like. But that was done with unapproved occupancy change at that time. In 2021, the then building official, along with the fire marshal, notified Fed and Happy that they did not have a certificate of occupancy at the time. That ended up getting closed out without an official certificate of occupancy being issued. In 2024, we had the structural damage where the south end collapsed, and the building was declared an unsafe and dangerous structure. Then in 2024-25, we just went through a series of timelines where we had some meetings, we had council meetings, deadlines were missed, hearings were continued, permits expired, and then in 2026, operations have been ongoing without compliance. So repeated opportunities for compliance. We've had multiple meetings between the city and the owner over the course of this year and a half, 2 years. Written notices, we've had clear deadlines. We've had orders to vacate have been issued. The initial order was November 1st of 2024 was the deadline, which continuously just kept getting extended. So we gave extensions, provided for the vacation of the property, permits issued for structural repair and partial demolition, and those permits were not completed and with no inspections. And then hearings continue multiple times to allow progress over the course of these 2 years. So outcomes of those efforts. The results have been limited and incomplete. Permits expired without completion or inspection, like I said. Required repairs have not been completed. The structure today remains in the same condition it was back then and remains as an unsafe and dangerous structure. Materials and operations returned to the building after partial removal. Full set of plans resolving issues have not been completely provided. Good faith by the city. Efforts to work towards a resolution. We allowed extended timelines through this process beyond all the initial deadlines that were given. We kept giving those extensions. We kept allowing for certain things that the property owner, we felt like at the time, was meeting some of those in good faith. We relied on representations of progress. We removed item from the agenda in 2025 due to perceived good faith. That was the July 2025 meeting where staff, in agreement with the council, removed the case from any future agenda items, which was believed at the time to be a good faith effort on the part of the owner. At that meeting, staff also commented that if significant progress was not made within the next 180 days, then staff would bring it back to council. It was mentioned at that meeting that the goal is owner rehabilitation, the owner owner demolition, but never for the city to step in to perform the demolition itself unless necessary. Since that date, Fed and Happy has not shown good faith efforts as those items that were discussed at that meeting. So that's where we talked about things and left things off from the March 3rd, 2026 meeting, where I had indicated to the council that the building was not only unfit for human occupancy, but was also still considered an unsafe and dangerous structure. We've provided Fed Happy further time to remove the materials out of the building, and that March 26th, the building would be boarded up and if its materials were not removed from the structure. There is no certificate of occupancy for this building, nor has there been since the occupancy change. So they have no lawful right to be there by code. They have not provided a complete set of code compliant construction documents under one permit to complete the remodel. It was also mentioned that they could not operate in the building while construction is in progress, and that any time that the remaining items are not removed or operations are being conducted inside the building, or that work halts or the permits expire, staff will issue stop work orders again to secure entry into the property. During that meeting, I mentioned that I think we've done our due diligence on the property. I think we've made significant efforts as a city to assist Mr. Razier in the matters that were present, that were past the point of Mr. Razier piecemealing the projects together, and will require a complete set of plans to proceed from here. I'm going to read some quotes from that meeting. And this was from the mayor, Scott Meggers. He said, "I looked at all your comments as well, but I think we need to just proceed with your recommendation." I mean, kind of, at that point of being done with it, because we just feel like we're being strung along at this point. I feel like it's time to move on. Stacy Goss agreed, said, "I agree." Stacy did talk about the possible success story of what she felt like might be a success story in this matter when we first began this journey on this property. Giving the benefit of the doubt, which city staff did, and then about the fact that during the summertime we stopped receiving updates and no work was really being done out there. And our final comment to that was, since literally nothing has happened. Greg Fast made a comment that says, "We will continue the communication via letters, and I'm not going to be played a fool again." We've had two projects that have gone on for 8 years, and I'm done. Stacy commented, honestly, I agree at this point. I think the communication with Mr. Razier or yourself, Mr. Evans, or anybody in the group should not be directed at council, but by the process that we are following. It should be directed at staff. I believe Mr. Lady is that point person but it is completely inappropriate for Mr. Rasher to call, text, or email anybody on the council as long as we are in the process moving forward. There was no disagreement by any council members, and it was agreed up on Mr. Evans. At that meeting, we spoke about some possibility of some weekly meetings. We talked about other things happening. We've seen continued emails that have been sent to the council and sent down to staff, but no direct communication with the owner themselves. It's been primarily through council members. And the product has continued to be removed through normal operations at this time and not through the masses of just vacating the building. Darren Truman at that time asked me if, he said, Jason, you said March 26th was the 30 days. Is that right? I said, yes. March 26th will be the 30 days. Mr. Truman said, Mr. Evans, I think he needs to understand that if we're not seeing it significant, I guess, cease of operations, we're not seeing Mr. Evans broke in and said, well, I think what he just communicated, he needs to see the whole package. Darren Truman said, right. Kendall Evans said that. That's what needs to happen. Darren Truman made a comment that he said, right, if we're not seeing that, then it needs to be shut down on March 26th. Darren Truman again confirmed with me that the date was March 26th. I said giving him until March 26th at this point, that would include no operations going on in there. That strictly holds to the fact that we are removing product, not continuing operations in there. The last quote that I have was from Ms. Goss, and it says, just to be clear, that if we come to the 26th and we board up the property, there will be trespass orders, and anybody that is in the property after that point will essentially need an escort from the city or be trespassed. So those are just some clear statements from our last meeting and where we've gone from here. And after that last meeting, Mr. Rasher petitioned the council to give an extension. Staff gave that extension to continue to move product out of the facility, and that is still not happened by the masses to date. So not only did we give the first 30 days before the March 26th deadline, but on April 2nd, we gave another 30 days to move the product out of the building with an order to vacate. Just some quick photos here of what it looked like in November of 2024. This is a little piece just off the west side that we're talking about. This is where they kind of churn the dirt over there, I guess, dry it out for lack of better terms. I'm not an expert in this process, so I don't know. They dry it out over there, but you could see the March 24th, January of 2025, when we came to that, you can see that most of that stuff's cleaned out, and that's where Mr. Rasher and Fenton Happy were making the good faith effort. But you can see back in March of 2026, here we are with the stack of dirt back there. There are also some photos from April 29th, also from March 20th in your packet as well. Then versus now again on the conditions. These are some of the conditions on the east side of the structure, November 2024. And you can see that the conditions are the same or increased significance in May of 2026. These are just some quick conditions of the inside of the building. I'm not going to go through any specific details unless you have questions. And I would point out, because I'll point out this door over here, I mean, these are conditions where some of these are egress paths. And so this would be an egress area right here. There's a line going across here where I guess they bring a line across to water the worms, hydrate the worms, whatever. And then there's also an extension cord down here and some other things going across down here along the floor.
Mr. Lady, where are you pointing?
Yes, I'm sorry.
We can't see a pointer.
You can't see the pointer.
Oh, there it is.
So that's the hose right there. I'm sorry. My apologies. And it disappeared on
There we
me
go.
again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, there we go. So there's a hose running across right there. On top of that, you can see that this is all mud, muck, whatever you want to call it. that's going down this whole travel path that would be considered a lane for what would be considered a path of egress in this area. There is an egress door down at the very end. Down here, there's some other stuff running across along with some electrical cords.
That's not an electrical cord, that's an air hose.
And then, that's fine, an air hose. Still run across the egress path. Thank you for that clarification. And here we have some structural steel. This is the same thing where we saw the pictures in the December 2024 where the structure had collapsed. This was part of the partial demolition. We still have these existing conditions today. Part of the reason that I've explained before we have these existing conditions today is because some of this demolition cannot be done until they really reface that and do that remodel on the south end and do that new portion of the structure. But there is some conditions out there which still hold a hazard to those working in and around those areas, even though we haven't finished that work. Here's one of the exit doors I was talking about from one of the previous pictures. And I'll go back to that picture real quick, because this is that area that I'm talking about with the hoses running across, just a variety of stuff in the floor. And if you go back to the one I'm coming up on, you can see that, I mean, you got water in front of that door. It's clearly marked as an egress door. I didn't get that in the picture, but it's clearly marked as an egress door. There's water all out here in front and mud and muck that you have to walk through and whatever else. This is a picture from the south end, so or the north end looking to the south, and you can see that dirt pile up there. So they've also brought in and put a bunch of dirt back down on this from north to south on the dirt that they churned there. Excuse me. This is leading down to the basement. Again, electrical cords leading down to the basement. This is where a lot of the power comes from, or seems to come from, for lighting. There's air hoses, electrical cords, all kinds of things that I've never been down in the basement, so I don't know if the electricity works down there or not. This is another portion where they have like a sludge pit, for lack of better terms. But in this pit, I don't know how deep these pits are, but code would say that you have to comply with guardrails up around these areas. That's never been completed. This is a underground reservoir for water. So there's it's pretty deep in there. I don't know how deep for a fact, but there is a number of these that are either damaged or open. So we'll see another one in the next slide. From an opposite angle, again, there's some areas in another one of those pits. You can see all the areas to have to walk through out there and the conditions. And then again, you can see the beds themselves across the south end and across the north end as well that have never been removed from this facility. Here is an open electrical panel that is active. You can see that you can see the light lighting up there on my meter. So that's an open electrical panel. It's got a bunch of extension cords running out of this box right here. One of these extension cords runs to the outside. I talked with Evergy today, and I talked with my electrical inspector, Michael Post, and so we have deemed this as an immediate danger. So Evergy will be shutting the power off out at 3405 East 4th. So the conditions then and now. So July 2024, this is where we were. No certificate of occupancy, a partially collapsed building, ordered a vacation of the property. We boarded up the building. We had an unsafe and dangerous structure or substandard building in accordance with the code. Plans were required to remodel to occupy the building, and then we had multiple property code violations. So where we are in 2026 is the fact that we still have no certificate of occupancy. We have unfinished demo of a partially collapsed building. We've ordered the vacation of the property, which has never been done. Again, we've boarded up the building as it stands today. There's no occupancy to the building. Unsafe and dangerous structure or substandard building still today. Plans required to remodel for the occupancy. Multiple property maintenance codes still stand. And we've had a permit to shore. There's been about a third of the new windows installed, which could have gone further if we wouldn't have done a stop work. I would acknowledge that. But other than that, there's been no work that's been accomplished to date. So, some key takeaways from this. We have visible, limited progress on the structural repairs for any code compliance, for any safety of the occupants or the occupancy, and no current certificate of occupancy. It's been addressed in the past that this is an existing building, and therefore, when it was issued a certificate of occupancy, if it's never been revoked, then it would still have a standing certificate of occupancy. So I wanted to clarify this tonight. In Chapter 10 of the existing building code with change of occupancy, and in 1011, it actually talks about change of occupancy classification. So like I talked about earlier, in 2019 when Fed and Happy opened up in there, it actually changed from an S1, which is still, that to our record, even during that S1 from 2010 SUP, we don't have any record that they ever obtained a certificate of occupancy then. So even though it changed from an S1 at that time to an F2 industrial to manufacturing, F2, and an S2 storage. So it changed from an S1 to an F2 S2. So 1011.1 would say that the provisions of this section shall apply to buildings and portions thereof undergoing a change of occupancy classification. This includes a change of occupancy classification within a group, as well as a change of occupancy classification from one group to a different group, or where there's a change of occupancy within a space, where there is a different fire protection system threshold required in Chapter 9 of the International Building Code. Such buildings shall also comply with sections 1002, 1010 of this code. The application and requirements of the change of occupancy shall be set forth in sections 1011.1.1 through 1011.3.3. A change of occupancy as defined in section 202 without a corresponding change of occupancy classification shall comply with sections 1001.2. So there's a lot of code jargon there, but ultimately the occupancy changed and therefore requires a certificate of occupancy. In the administrative section of the International Existing Building Code, in 110.1, altered areas of a building and relocated buildings shall not be used or occupied, and change of occupancy of a building or portion thereof shall not be made until the code official has issued a certificate of occupancy, therefore as provided therein. Issuance of a certificate of occupancy shall not be considered as an approval of a violation or the provisions of this code or of other ordinances of the jurisdiction. So even if he did have a certificate of occupancy at the time, it would still not negate from the code issues that we have on the property. This ties in with the International Existing Building Code. So a lot would talk about, well, how's it tied, the existing building code tie into the building code? Because the existing building code is for old buildings, those existing buildings, right? Where the building code is for new buildings. Well, not necessarily, because 111.1 says a change of occupancy. A building or structure shall not be used or occupied, and a change of occupancy of a building or structure or portion thereof shall not be made until the building official has issued a certificate of occupancy, therefore, as provided therein. So again, that in the administrative section of the IBC, it specifically calls out a change of occupancy. So why this action is needed? Public safety and compliance. Unsafe structures. This is still an unsafe structure. It still remains an unsafe structure, but it is closed by the city at this point to remediate anybody going into that building to be put in harm's way. Life safety systems are still not installed and operational. The continued occupancy creates risk to occupants and emergency responders. Prior extensions have not resulted in any compliance to date. What this action does, this action sets a public hearing. It initiates the formal unsafe structure process. It provides the property owner an opportunity to present information, demonstrate a compliance plan, and allow the council to take actions based on those findings. Like I said in the beginning, this has been a repeated process. We didn't get here today by accident. So what has happened repeatedly? Deadlines have been set and not met. Time has been extended through the course of those actions. Partial action's been taken, but there's been regression, work stops and reverses, and then unsafe conditions have remained within the facility without the order of vacation ever being complied with. So again, staff's recommendation tonight is recommended the City Council accept and approve the resolution fixing a time and place for a hearing regarding the structures of 3405 East 4th Avenue in Hutchinson, Kansas, based on extended timeline of noncompliance, a lack of sustained progress, and continued ongoing safety concerns. And I'll stand for any questions.
Council have any questions? Nope.
Well, I do got one question. I noticed the owner of the business is here. Would he like to say anything? Would you like to say anything? Okay.
Dan, if you'd like to come speak to this. Just remember, I've got your time limit set for 5 minutes. State your name and address and...
Dan Rager, Fed and Happy, 3405 East 4th. Since the start of this project, the property taxes have been paid as requested by the council. Building acquisition has been completed. Engineering has been completed for portions and will be submitted for a single permit not previously required by the end of the week. Over $400,000 has been spent on this project, and money has never been stopped being spent. This money would not have been spent had we not received an initial likely compliant in July of 2025, which we now believe was not an honest representation to either us or the council. Over 5,000 tons of material have been removed. We do remove material from other parts of the building and dry in the portion shown in the pictures. Some immediately moves out after drying to our screener, others gets loaded directly out onto trucks. In approximately December of 2024, it was agreed to not have a complete removal of the worms, which would destroy their value. We've had several meetings with staff since the March meeting. We have one engineer who is extremely frustrated with being lied to repeatedly during this process. We have been in the process of moving, but will require more time. It was only recently where we did not think we were on a path to compliance. Our code footprint did not change materially from July of 25 to March when it was initially denied after several $100,000 has been spent. We asked for continue removing access to remove and care for the worms until the permit resolution or the hearing for this potential condemnation. The worms and castings are part of a unique and semi-fragile system. On top of the agriculture uses of the Fed and Happy products, Fed and Happy worms are part of a second phase NIH study which Fed and Happy has been working on for 6 years to make red wigglers, which are already compatible with humans but needed to be stabilized for human use. Our first unit of blood was extracted and then successfully utilized for kidney perfusion approximately 3 weeks ago, after over 5 months after the initial extraction happened. The next extraction was scheduled or had been scheduled for this week. The current goal is to extend the life of the kidney outside the body to 7 days utilizing our warm blood to help utilize over 10,000 kidneys thrown away each year due to time. The achievements and breakthroughs at the universities is coming from careful breeding and husbandry only found in the Hutchinson, Kansas worms. Not allowing access to worms for basic feeding and watering will result in their deaths and loss of the epigenetic changes. We have been in the process of moving, but will require more time. It was only recently where we did not think we were on a path to compliance. As also submitted previously, our timeline for completing different projects within the building, as well as our engineers are still working and do anticipate having a full permit submittal by the end of the week.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Anybody else like to comment on this item? If not, council have more comments? Then I'll be looking for a motion to set a hearing date.
I will move to make a motion to approve a resolution fixing a hearing date, I believe it's June 16th, 2026, for unsafe structures, and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second that.
Truitt?
Yes.
Marson?
Yes.
Goss?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Biggers?
Yes.
Item 7D, consider a resolution fixing a hearing date and time for unsafe structures.
Mayor, could we take a,
Yeah, absolutely. How many? 5 minutes? Yeah, can we recess for 5 minutes? Go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Jason, if you want to come back up. That's loud.
Good evening again, Council. Jason Lady, Building Official. This item before you tonight is a resolution fixing a hearing and a date and time for unsafe structures. This is for 5 residential structures. Again, it's recommended that the City Council accept and approve the resolution fixing a time and a place for hearing for the 5 abandoned residential structures. These structures are as follows at the following addresses: 315 Justice Street, 1701 East 3rd Avenue, 300 North Town Street, 2700 Leonard Avenue, 1500 West 12th Avenue. These buildings have been deteriorating for several years and are in severe disrepair. They also meet the substandard building conditions as constituted as an unsafe or dangerous structure pursuant to Hutchinson City Code 21701. So we can, on the financial obligations for this, there is no anticipated additional financial obligations, as this is already budgeted within our FY 2026 demolition budget to cover all the related costs. Again, the strategic alignment on this meets the strategic objective 4 to invest in gateways to the community and neighborhoods south of 17th. This action also positions the department to better support community priorities identified in the Reno County Housing Need Assessment. So again, my recommendation here tonight on these 5 structures is recommended that the City Council accept and approve the resolution fixing a time and place at which the owner's agent, any lien holders of record, any occupant of such structure may appear, show cause why such structure should not be condemned, ordered repaired, or demolished, and authorize the mayor to sign. Recommended date by staff is June 16, 2026. In your packet, you have some information, Exhibit A, on property photos and details. So this first one at 315 Justice has been vacant since 2018. Has case numbers on it for property maintenance code violations. There's been 12 property maintenance code violations on it since 2018. It was boarded up in 2025. No utilities since 2018. Taxes have been delinquent on this property since 2024. And there was a building permit that expired a couple weeks ago on 4/15/2026. You could see some siding's been replaced on this. There are some new windows replaced, but we don't know the extent of the inside of this building. There was some fire damage to this building. There was a fire. That's why it was boarded up back, or that's why it was vacant back since 2018. The next one, 1701 East 3rd Avenue. Residence currently vacant since 2019. We have a PMC on this. 9 property maintenance code cases since 2018.
Jason, do you have slides on the? Do you have slides on these?
No, I do
No,
not.
you don't. Okay,
No,
sorry.
just what's in your packet.
Okay, I was just making sure. I didn't know if you had. So I'm just asking you a
I
question.
don't have a. Yep.
No worries. Thank you.
Okay. There's no utilities since 2019, and taxes have been delinquent on this one since 2023. The one at 300 North Town Street, again, property maintenance codes violations. It's been vacant. 6 property maintenance code violations since 2022, boarded up in 25. This property currently has utilities, but those will be probably disconnected shortly. The taxes have been delinquent since 2025 on this, and when I say 2025, the second round isn't due until May, so it's just the first part of 2025 that is delinquent at this time. 2700 North Leonard Avenue, again, currently vacant since 2018, has 11 property maintenance code cases on it since 2018. There was a board up in 2025, no utilities before 2018. That's because the system only goes back to 2018, but we can see whether they've had them before or not in there. Taxes are, but we just don't know the date of cutoff. Taxes have been delinquent on this one since 2022, and there's also an outstanding abatement fees owed to the city in the amount of $5,512.08. And then our last one for tonight is 1500 West 12th Avenue. This residence has currently been vacant since 2022. It had a structure fire in 2023. It has 14 property maintenance code violations since 2017. It was boarded up in 2023 after the fire. There's been no utilities on it since 2022, and the taxes have been delinquent on this property since 2024. And I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Jason, what date do you want to have this hearing?
This hearing would be June 16th, 2026 as well.
Quite a meeting we're setting up.
Sounds like it.
Council have any other questions for Jason? Does anyone from the public want to comment on any of these properties? If not, I would be looking for a motion.
I move to approve a resolution fixing a hearing date of June 16th, 2026 for unsafe structures and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second it.
Sherman?
Yes.
Garza?
Yes.
Ross?
Yes.
Bass?
Yes.
Majors?
Yes.
Item number 7E, consider a resolution to initiate temporary and permanent text amendments for Chapter 27 concerning large-scale data centers and utility-scale battery energy storage systems. Refer a proposed temporary text amendment to the Planning Commission for an expedited public hearing and recommendation and direct preparation of permanent text amendments.
Cody Smith, Assistant City Attorney. Mayor, Council, based on previous discussion on this topic at the last City Council meeting, I researched the matter and worked with Matt Williams, Director of Community Services, as well as Paul Brown, City Attorney. And in my opinion, what is proposed here tonight is, a best of both worlds proposal. It will address public health, safety, and welfare in a legal manner. And it also shows developers and businesses that the city is not closed for business in this area, which I know that was discussed at the last council meeting as a concern. The action here tonight is a process step. It does not itself approve or prohibit a particular project. What it does is it initiates what I believe is a legally stronger zoning amendment path under the city code, so that the city can move quickly on interim controls while still using the planning commission process as required for a citywide text amendment. And this is, of course, if the council tonight decides it does want to take specific action. Because I believe regardless, staff has started to work on a more permanent framework, permanent amendments. But the question is, what do we do in the interim while those are developed and presented through the Planning Commission and ultimately to you all as the council. What this or why this option is before us. So Chapter 27, that's the provision of our zoning code. It does not currently contain tailored definitions, use classifications, and standards for large-scale data centers or utility-scale battery energy storage systems, or BESS. Under the current code, those uses may still be argued to have some path under the existing utility-related or similar use provisions. It's arguable, and based on that, that is why this particular option is being presented. It's been discussed before, and the community has raised issues, but the projects can raise issues involving land use compatibility, electric infrastructure, water demands, as well as emergency response, fire, life, and safety, hazardous materials, noise, screening, traffic, and adequacy of public facilities. At the same time, like I discussed and the council indicated, we want to address those issues, but we also wanted to let developers know we're still open for development. We're working on a solution, and ultimately that solution will be beneficial to developers as well, so that we can help provide more certainty for those paths, so long as they, meet the public health, safety, and welfare standards that the city ultimately sets forth. Why the recommended legal path is a zoning text amendment. A citywide change in how these uses are viewed is best treated as what's called a zoning text amendment. Proceeding through the Planning Commission and then back to the council is the stronger legal course under Kansas zoning laws, as well as Chapter 27 of our code. The approach is materially safer than a standalone pause, moratorium, or prohibition ordinance adopted outside the ordinary zoning amendment process. I'll say if our code said absolutely nothing on these items, and there was a path to argue that there wasn't any way any of these processes could be approved through our zoning code, then some of the previous options that have been discussed might fit within a legal process. However, because our particular zoning does arguably provide a potential path, I think it's treated as a zoning text amendment. And based on Kansas statute, if that's the case, then we have to go through the Planning Commission. So using the amendment process, what that does is it preserves notice, public hearing, recommendation, and final council action, which ultimately strengthens the city's position if it does get challenged. What the resolution does, it initiates consideration of a temporary text amendment concerning large-scale data centers and utility-scale BESS. It refers the proposed temporary amendment in Exhibit A to the Planning Commission for expedited public hearing, review, and recommendation. And it directs staff to place the item on the earliest available Planning Commission agenda for which required publication and notice deadlines can be satisfied. It initiates a separate permanent amendment process with staff study, information gathering, stakeholder outreach, public engagement, Planning Commission work sessions, and later formal recommendation. It makes clear that the resolution itself does not approve, deny, suspend, classify, prohibit, or require a permit for any land use, and that any substantive change occurs only through adoption of a zoning amendment. So what Exhibit A does, first it adds interim definitions for accessory battery energy storage system, accessory data processing / server room, as well as large-scale data center and utility-scale battery energy storage system. It also creates a temporary interim use classification. So new large-scale data centers and utility-scale BESS would not be permitted essentially in any residential area. In other base zoning districts, they would only proceed under a process called the conditional use permit process through Section 27501. The ordinance would also apply when an existing use is expanded, enlarged, converted, or modified. So what it also does is it preserves ordinary accessory uses. That's one issue that's come up with these types of regulations. Essentially, accessory battery systems that are smaller, accessory data processing, which would include just a standard server room at a business. That distinction keeps ordinary on-site items from being swept in to these temporary controls. It also adds a supplemental interim CUP submittal requirements. So one of the benefits of the CUP, while it still allows a process for an application, it also would require project narrative, ownership, operator information, and expected operating characteristics. It would require a detailed site plan showing buildings, equipment, substations, generators, access, parking, loading, landscaping, fencing, screening, drainage, and setbacks, and also would require information on electrical demand, interconnection, backup generation, fuel storage, water demand, and cooling methods. Would also need to address noise, fire and life safety, hazardous materials, emergency response coordination, traffic access, lighting, and decommissioning information. So these are all obviously areas that other communities have expressed interest in or concern about, this community has, and I know the council members have. And that's why I believe the CUP process is preferable to move forward, because it does address all these things. And ultimately, it's going to give the city wide discretion in whether or not it's going to allow for one of these particular projects to come into the city. And the ultimate say would be with the city council, because while it first would go through the planning commission, essentially the planning commission then would make an approval either way, and it would then come to city council for final approval. So what tonight's action does not do, it does not put the temporary amendment into effect tonight. It does not itself change permit requirements tonight. It doesn't approve or deny any specific project, and it does not waive statutory or local notice, hearing, voting, or recommendation requirements. And it does not end the permanent policy discussion going forward. What it does is it starts that two-track process. One, let's put something in place for the interim, and then two, we'll be working on a permanent solution, permanent zoning regulations, so that we won't have to rely on just this temporary text amendment. So for those reasons, I recommend that the council adopt the resolution initiating the temporary and permanent text amendment processes, and refer Exhibit A to the Planning Commission for expedited consideration, consistent with Kansas law on Chapter 27 of the Code. And with that said, I'll stand for questions on the legal side of this. Matt Williams, Director of Community Development, would oversee this process. And like I said, I've been working with him on it, and he can help answer any questions too, kind of on the process going forward from here.
Council have any questions for Cody?
Not right now.
I have a question in Exhibit A. It's on page 4. It says, it's like in the middle of it's section 4. It says the governing body may extend this ordinance once by subsequent ordinance for a period not to exceed 90 days, and it goes on. So I'm trying to think of the way to ask this. So the resolution stands until it stands, but then we would be waiting on something to come back from planning and zoning before we get the final zoning text amendment. And that essentially would be what we would be able to, the ordinance that we would be able to extend. Or the next thing we would get is essentially the final draft of the ordinance.
The next thing you'll get would be a proposed ordinance. It'll look like I would imagine. Now, since this goes to the Planning Commission, if there are recommended revisions to that, based on their experience and knowledge, they can certainly add those to it. But the next step would be that exhibit would go to what I believe would be the June 9th Planning Commission meeting. I think we would be able to, there's a 20-day notice provision. I think if we submitted that tomorrow, we should be able to get that notice published on this Friday, in which case then we would meet the deadline then to put this matter on the June 9th Planning Commission meeting. Assuming they approve that and send it back to the City Council for final approval, I believe that would be the June 16th City Council meeting, in which after that ordinance, assuming again that it's approved, and this is for the temporary text amendments, that would then be published and effective then that Friday, June 19th. And so the temporary text amendment, that particular ordinance would govern these matters until then the Planning Commission comes back with a more permanent solution That would be a similar process. Ultimately, it'd be an ordinance permanently amending our zoning code, in which case, once that's done, then the temporary amendments go away. That's what controls. And then to speak more specifically to your question, that provision just, if there's not quite enough time to get everything done in that time, then this council could extend the period for 90 days to extend those temporary provisions while the planning commission finalizes. Or it could be something, it could come up to you. You decide you want to request certain revisions to it. It could go back to the planning commission. And we try to build in, if we have those temporary regulations in place, we try to build in enough time that's going to allow for us to really make sure we get it right on a permanent basis, and give potential developers really clear guidance on how they could bring projects to the area. So I kind of rambled a bit. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, so who's our newspaper of record right now?
Official city newspaper is Hutchinson News, I believe.
Still Hutch News, okay.
It would be a little bit faster if we used our website as our official city newspaper. We do have to wait a few days to get
Paul
things
doesn't
published.
like that idea. We went over that a year ago.
No, Paul did like that idea. The council wouldn't go along with
Oh,
that.
I thought it was you who didn't like that idea. You say no to everything. I just assume that's your default. My bad. So we're sending this back. So the June 9th and June 16th, like June feels really fast to accomplish everything that we're talking about with the focus groups and the stakeholder meetings, draft amendments, et cetera.
Councilmember, those wouldn't be before the June 9th. All we're doing before then is getting in place these temporary regulations that
Okay.
runs everything through CUP. Then all of that stuff is after.
Okay. Hold on, I just want to look at the actual. Okay, so the action that we're looking for tonight does not set a period of time a minimum period of time that this resolution would be in place.
Correct, no. All this is doing is
Kicks it back to.
is referring the proposed amendment, and that's not to say that's the actual ordinance that will come back to you all. There could be some changes, but yeah, that will send that to the planning commission, and then ultimately it will come back to you all for final approval.
So let me get this straight. All this talk you're talking to me high over my head talk. If this is the process, we're starting the process, opening the door. We're not saying we're going to do this. This is the process we're starting, correct? Basically, and this amendment is starting the process, right?
Yeah, what this does, the problem this solves is, obviously it's going to take some time to implement permanent zoning revisions to adequately address these particular projects. So as opposed to just trying to shut it all down, so to speak, which could be contrary to law, what we're doing is, like I said, a dual path process. First path is implementing these temporary regulations, which is it's basically those definitions so everyone knows what we're talking about, because we don't have definitions to even address these things really as it now stands. And then also add some specification to the CUP process that's specific to these projects, includes the rest of the CUP, the conditional use permit. And it's just that, it's the conditional use. They have to get the permit in order for these projects to move forward. And the CUP process is discretionary by the city, so that puts us in a good position if, say, a project does come and it's just not something the city believes it is right for the city, and that gets turned down by the city. If that is appealed with respect to the CUP process, case law states that it's discretionary, so it really essentially sets a higher burden to try to overturn it, because a judge isn't going to substitute his or her decision-making, for the council's decision-making on this type of issue. If it's something that's contrary to law, then of course the judge is going to be able to overturn it. But when it comes to a discretionary matter, it puts the city in a better position to defend ultimately what outcome it decides is best.
Because this is already turned into a big thing, because this is popular all over the United States. People are putting them in, and I'm already, before this came today, getting people calling me and talking to me on their thinking, which is okay. But we're not saying we're accepting it or not accepting it. Today, we're just saying we're starting the process.
Correct.
Right.
We're starting the process, and even assuming, or if those temporary text amendments are adopting, we're still at that point not even saying, yes, we're allowing data centers and battery energy storage systems come in. We're saying we're preserving a path where it's possible.
Gotcha.
But you have to meet all of these requirements, and we have the discretion as to whether or not we're going to approve it as a city.
Okay. Just so I have something to say to all the people when my phone rings off the hook tonight.
I understand.
All right.
It's like a moratorium light edition.
Gotcha.
But just to be clear, this is not a moratorium. This is basically saying we're open for business, but we're going to control what we do.
It's not a moratorium. Moratorium is essentially a ban, saying we're not even going to look at an application you send to us. This says, yeah, we'll look at it, but you just need to make sure, you know, it's right for the city and it meets all these certain, you know, specifications before we will approve anything.
Thank you.
More questions, comments from council?
I do have an additional question.
Okay.
Okay, so if a conditional use permit is applied for and is granted or not granted, it doesn't matter for this hypothetical, by the planning commission, that decision kicks off a 2-week protest period and requires notification to neighbors within 200 feet within our city limits and 1,000 feet within the county. So the island annexed area south of Hutch, next to South Hutch, but technically a Hutch, that is in South Hutch's ETJ. So all of those neighbors, all of those property owners, because it's agricultural, I believe. All of those neighbors would receive notifications under our current rules in the state statute.
So if the CUP application is for property that's within the city of Hutchinson, but in that island area, I believe, yes, I believe we do have those two notice, both neighboring folks that live in the city, as well as if it's on the edge up into the county area, that notice would need to be provided to them as well. Matt Williams could maybe speak more
And
specific
in
to
the
that,
island
but
annexation, there is one property owner, is that correct?
in
In
that,
that island annexed area.
I'm
No,
not 100%.
no, there's more than that,
There's more than that?
yes.
And I'm trying to make sense of my notes from my conversation with Mr. Williams earlier. So if something is protested, do we still have there's a minimum of how many property owners would have to protest before it triggers a particular action? Or is it any protest would trigger a supermajority to override?
I believe it's a certain percentage. It might be, is it 20%?
So for a rezoning, there's a protest period afterwards where if 20% of the property that was noticed, if 20% of that real property protests the approval of the zoning, then that would require a supermajority of council to actually approve that zoning. For conditional use, that is not the case. They still are going to get noticed, the 200 feet within the city, 1,000 feet in the county. But there's not going to be a protest period. It's still going to come to
Okay.
council. It's just not going to require the one extra vote to get it passed.
Okay, that's what you explained to
Yeah,
me, right?
that's what I was
before the
wrong
meeting.
about
Okay,
earlier, yeah.
so the rezone triggers the protest. Do you know
Conditional
what
use
the,
does not.
do you know what the zoning is in the island annexed area?
I believe it's I3,
Okay.
our heavy industrial district.
That's what I thought so. Okay, so we'd more than likely not be looking at a rezone at all in that
Right,
area.
right.
So protest period does not apply. Nothing would trigger a supermajority for passage. The
Correct.
conditional use permit would be a simple majority, 3 out of 5, assuming everyone's present that night.
Correct.
Vote. And then for it not to pass, it would also be a simple majority.
Yep.
Okay, and so with the conditional use permit, the 200 and the 1,000-foot neighbors are all notified. Are there any other, I think we talked about a newspaper print requirement, and that is required under a conditional use permit also.
Yeah, our process would be send a letter to everyone within the required distance, post it in the city newspaper of record, and we'll have information here, the application, anybody can get that information if that's requested.
Okay.
And so just a summary from the planning perspective, like we talked about at the last meeting, if someone were to come in and get a permit right now for a data center, we would look at it under certain guidelines in our zoning code because we don't have a specific definition for that. And theoretically, they could, by right, build a data center in some of our industrial districts, like the island annexed area. What Cody's put together is a temporary amendment that's going to require conditional use instead. So if someone applies for a data center, they're going to have to go to Planning Commission to get approval, and then City Council will be the final determination on all of that, while we kick off a process that is going to hopefully last less than 90 days to come up with specific long-term regulations for data centers.
Can you talk about, I know it's in the packet, but can you speak to the process that you envision happening over the next 90 days
Yeah.
with the Planning and Zoning
So-
Commission, or Planning Commission?
Probably at that first meeting in June, when the temporary amendment goes there, we would kick off a process using the Planning Commission as basically a committee that's going to handle the updates and review and propose recommendations for the zoning regulations pertaining to data centers. So we'd probably have that initial meeting where we would talk about the issue, talk about what data centers are, why we need specific regulations. We would identify major policy things that Planning Commission is going to need to consider. We would start gathering information, looking at peer communities in Kansas, what they've done, host some focus groups with maybe utility providers, emergency responders, economic development representatives, the public. We would host at least one public meeting where I would imagine at Memorial Hall, we would get, anybody interested together. We would share a short presentation and then gather public input on different things pertaining to data centers. Then we'd take all that information back to the Planning Commission and ask them for policy direction based on all the comments we got. And once we did that, we'd have a public hearing at Planning Commission for them to formally hear changes to the zoning regulations. Then they would push that to City Council, where you would ultimately decide on what our new regulations are going to be.
90 days just feels really, really quick.
I agree. 90 days is going to be hard for that.
We took over a year to determine how many chickens per square foot people should be able to have. And that was chickens.
Yep.
This is way more complicated than chickens.
Yep. And we don't want to rush the regulations because we want to get them right, but we also know that we want the right regulations in place for our community. So.
Any more questions from council? Any comments, public comment from the audience? Okay. If not, then I would be looking for a motion.
I will make a motion to approve a resolution to initiate temporary and permanent text amendments to Chapter 27 concerning large-scale data centers and utility-scale battery energy storage systems. Refer as proposed temporary text amendment to the Planning Commission for expedited public hearing and recommendation, and direct preparation of permanent text amendments and authorize the mayor to sign.
I'll second that.
Truman,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Bass,
Yes.
Majors.
Yes.
Item number 8A, new business strategic plan update.
Good evening, Council. Dave Sotelo, Director of Strategic Growth. Tonight, I have a brief presentation for you on the progress we've made during the first quarter of 2026 for the strategic plan. So first, the first goal that we had, which was take care of what we have. Under that specific goal, we had 1C, pursue a local sales tax to modernize our streets, stormwater, parks, and recreation infrastructure. The champion for that was myself and the city manager. And the action that we took there was launch the educational strategy to educate the community on sales tax vote. And the result of that was the sales tax was passed. We also said on 1.I, amplify supervisory training and organizational development to support the city workforce. The champion for that was the human resources director. The action for that was Human Resources launched a supervisory training program. A total of 245 hours were provided during the first quarter of the year. The sessions included leadership and mindset style and communication strategies in addressing conflict. For next steps on that, we will continue the training series. The next training session is scheduled for June of 2026. Item 1J, enhance cross-departmental relationships and employee development to support collaboration, high performance, and the pursuit of outside funding opportunities and customer service. Again, the champion for that was the Human Resources Director. This was a really grassroots effort by city staff. As one of the conversations we continue to have during our department head meetings, one of the items that kept coming up was the need for cross-departmental relationships to kind of address silos within the organization and just build more relationships across departments so that Public Works is having conversations with Parks, Parks is having conversations with Law, and so on and so forth. We launched a pilot mentorship program, and this was actually a program launched by the Parks Director, Justin Combs, in partnership with Human Resources. The program is as a pilot program between Public Works and Parks. They've selected seasoned managers and supervisors, and then selected some future leaders within the organization from those two departments, and then assigned them a mentor. So it's a really cool program that the team came up with. I'm excited to analyze that, so that will be the next item for that. Analyze the program, the success of the program, the results of the program, and then figure out if this is something we should bring to the entire organization. For goal 3, we had do our part to implement the Elevate Reno County Economic Development Plan. The first item that I have to present to you tonight is partnered with the Greater Hutch to form a VP of Economic Development to focus on more energy and strengthening partnerships and demonstrating return on investment. So the action item for that was the position was created in partnership with Greater Hutch, and the champion for that was the city manager. I believe there's a higher Greater Hutch for this role. Goal number 4, invest in gateways to the community and neighborhoods south of 17th Street. So the first item there, BI, maintain focus on condemnations, demolitions of blighted commercial and residential properties. The champion for that was the community development director. And so some of the action items there, the first one is we kicked off a commercial facade improvement program. For that, we received 9 applications to this point, total with an ask of totaling of $64,000. We've awarded over $35,000 of that total amount, and we're continuing to analyze that program. We also launched a demolition grant program that was presented to council back in January, and a residential revitalization program with Interfaith kicked off in January as well. So far, we've have had 6 commercial condemnations and 5 residential demolitions. And then for item 4C, prioritize downtown redevelopment and increase density. So one program we've launched is the Build Hutch program. Just over the past week, we had the consultants from Neighborhood Evolution in town. Build Hutch is a small-scale development ecosystem building program. This program is in partnership with the Hutchinson Community Foundation through a grant of $100,000 from their Housing Initiative Fund. Just this past week, we provided over 20 hours of free coaching to aspiring developers. 5 of those projects are focused on activating upper-story housing and development in downtown Hutchinson. 2 of those projects were focused on infill housing. We also launched a 12-step program for small-scale development, which is a grassroots effort to build a local developer ecosystem. Build Hutch participants receive free coaching, design services, performance evaluation, and mentorship to build a stronger town. And some of you were present at the launch of that program. And that's really the update I have on the progress we've made on some of those goals. I'm working with staff and the city manager to develop action items for Q2, Q3, and Q4. And really, some of the work that we're embarking on is knowing what the action items are going to be for the last 2 quarters of the year, and then some items for 2027. Happy to answer any questions, but I feel really good about the progress we've made so far this year.
Council have any questions?
No.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next item, Mary.
Item number 8B, housing update.
Hi, Council. Matt Williams again, Director of Community Development. I just wanted to give you a quick update on some of our housing initiatives that we've been working on. As you know, for Plum Creek in early March, we amended the benchmarks for the Plum Creek MIH grant to ensure we were meeting requirements to use the state money by a certain deadline. Since that meeting, the developer of the neighborhood has sold 6 of those lots to another developer, Liberty Homes, who plans to start construction next month. I believe they're going to start construction of all 6 homes roughly at the same time. And depending on the success of those builds, there may be more to follow in that neighborhood. Meadows on Monroe, tonight you approved setting the hearing for the RHID district. This neighborhood's going to have 57 homes, and it was recently approved by the state for the RHID. The next step is going to be to work on the development agreement with those developers. The developer is also Liberty Homes. It's working in Plum Creek, and they're hoping to move as fast as they can to get this neighborhood going. Another development is the 11th and Hayes development. That's the one that the city-owned property, and we put out an RFP to find a developer to work on it. The proposed RHID district was just approved by the state last week, and the hearing for that RHID will be set soon. So we're still hoping to work with, or planning to work with Garabay Development out of Manhattan on that project, and we hope to gear that up. We're also happy to say that our new planner and housing coordinator started yesterday. His name's Will Badu. He's taking over for Chris Paxton, and we're glad to have him, and that's going to add a lot of capacity to the department to help get some of these housing initiatives done. So that's my update tonight. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
I have a, oh, sorry.
No, I was just saying, if you have any questions.
I have a question about Liberty Homes.
Yeah.
So my understanding is that Gilbert, right?
Yep, Eric
Mr.
Gilbert.
Gilbert's like philosophy is a little different than Jim Strawn's philosophy, and Jim sells and then builds, whereas Gilbert builds and then sells, essentially. So with Gilbert Liberty Homes purchasing the 6 in Plum Creek and phase 1 of Meadows on Monroe was 8 or 12, I can't remember.
Phase 1 of that development,
Or he said like year 1 he wanted to build 8
Yeah.
and then keep going.
something like that, 15.
So yeah, maybe not phase was the best way to split that up. Maybe it was by
They did have 2
year.
phases.
Yeah. But I think in one of his presentations he talked about the first year he was going to build so many and then just keep going as he could. I guess I just have questions about the capacity of this builder, knowing that he's still building out in McPherson, still building in Wichita. And it just feels like we're, I don't know, asking a lot of one person. Not to say it's not possible, but.
Yeah, I think that, well, first of all, he'll be available when we have the public hearing for the RHID for Meadows and Monroe. Second of all, I would say that we love, our local developers. Liberty Homes is a much larger operation. Yeah, like you said, building homes in multiple communities. I think that the pace that he builds here will not be set by how much capacity he has. It's going to be set by how quick the homes sell. So I think that him adding homes in Plum Creek is not going to slow him down. I think he's going to build as fast and as many houses as he can that the community will support.
Okay. Well, I look forward to hearing from him during the hearing
Yep.
as well.
Council, any questions? Thanks, Matt. Next item, Mary.
8C, council travel policy.
Angela Richard, Director of Finance. At the April 21st council meeting, a council member proposed a new travel policy for council members. Based on that discussion, I'm providing a recommendation and then facilitating discussion based on that. No action was taken at that meeting, and we're bringing that back to council tonight. The general consensus I heard was that city council members felt that they were already bound by the employee travel policy or would prefer to be bound by that policy. So based on that recommendation, we would propose, if that's the direction you want to take, that you would make an action to be bound by the current travel policy, with the understanding that we are going to be revising that travel policy. We have a draft that's been ready to take to department heads. That would be the next step that we do with that travel policy to make sure there's no discrepancies that they see. And then if you would like to be bound by that policy, then we can incorporate such language in that policy, specifically spelling out that council members will use that travel policy, and we can provide guidance on how they would pay for travel, such as airfare or hotel rooms, and how we could charge that to city purchasing cards if desired. Some of the current policy revisions that we're making are changes in how we calculate per diem rates, procedures to check out or use city vehicles for travel, various clarifications, and we're revising the travel request form, which is what's taking the most time right now. So I would open that up to discussion, and if you would like to be bound by the employee travel policy, then I would suggest making a motion to make that official.
So if council comes under the employee policy, we're going to have credit cards issued to us?
More likely than not, what we would do is the city clerk has been booking travel, airfare, and hotels, and so we'd likely go on her purchasing card.
Okay. And we currently don't have permission to drive city vehicles, so we would now need to be added to the city insurance and accepted to drive as under the pool of vehicles. Is that correct?
It would be an option that council would take. I might have to discuss with the city attorney on how we would make sure you're insured to drive the vehicles.
I have a few thoughts on the travel policy discussion, and I hope that we can approach this as a way that strengthens accountability for all of us. My concern with incorporating council into the employee policy is simply that we are not employees. We operate under fundamentally different frameworks. And that's not a criticism of this approach or recommendation. It's just a recommendation, or it's just a recognition that our roles carry a distinct kind of public trust, and I think we deserve a policy that reflects that. In the first paragraph of the draft policy that I handed out 2 weeks ago and is also in the packet, it states, quote, "This policy establishes an orderly procedure for the authorization and reimbursement of the business-related travel outside the city limits of Hutchinson by members of the city council. Because city council members are elected officials and not city employees, this policy supplements Department Head Directive Number 1, Employee Travel Policy, and governs council travel exclusively. Where this policy is silent, the standards and principles of the employee travel policy shall serve as guidance." So I think there were some concerns, legitimate concerns brought up 2 weeks ago that can be addressed through amendments to the draft policy that I presented. I'm not attached to any particular version of that policy, but what I'm hoping for is that we end up with something that's transparent and requires advanced council approval. I appreciated Councilman Truan's raising the issue of upfront costs, because that's legitimate, that's real. I experienced that barrier myself in 2023, which is why I believe that this matters to me as well. I think a policy with advanced approval actually helps solve that problem because it shortens the reimbursement window and it ensures that no one is ever left covering costs without council's backing. The safety concern raised by Councilman Fast, I think that's a valid instinct, and one we can address through our own discretion around what we share publicly and when. Mayor Meggers, you shared that in some cities, travel above certain amounts required advanced council approval. I appreciate the research, and it's also something that could be worked into the amended or the draft policy as an amendment. I hope that we can make the draft policy more workable instead of including us into the employee travel policy. Also, just a reminder that there is no requirement for action tonight because waiting until the employee travel policy is released, whenever that comes out, and then comparing it to a draft policy is also an option.
Rest of council have a comment? I'm assuming you're done, sorry.
I would probably agree with Ms. Goss on that maybe we should wait till they get their actual policy. We get the employee policy out and we can review that. And if we need to, will we get that, or is that just something that staff?
It normally doesn't go to council, but if council wants to be included in it, we would need to communicate.
I think the idea is that there's going to be instead of city officials like it currently covers, I mean, currently that's what we abide by. You're gonna put more specific language in there, elected city officials in more places than not. I mean, I'm fine with, I know you're asking for direction, and that's why there's a motion here. I am fine with not having an own separate travel policy. We fall under the same transparency as staff, and we work under a budget, and we've increased that travel policy for city council over the last year. I'm trying to figure out what problem we're trying to solve.
We've increased it because there's always training to do and conferences to attend, et cetera. But if anything, the increase almost makes it more ripe for being taken advantage of, in that now we have $15,000 and it used to be $5,000. It used to be that one trip by one person would eat up almost the entire, if not eat up the entire travel budget, which would leave no other conferences or trainings. I mean, even our, at least previously in 2023, like the League of Kansas Municipalities trainings and webinars and whatnot, we're all coming out of that same budget because our travel and our training was really just coming out of the same bucket. We aren't, I think we should have our own policy. There is absolutely no other policy in the handbook or anywhere that governs both employees and council at the same time. And the reason she said it wouldn't come back to council is because it doesn't require approval for them to change the employee travel policy. That's a department head directive. The department heads, I assume, get together and make the amendments and approve it.
It's a city manager policy, so, but I would prefer to get department head input before making anything official.
So I get that it feels like it makes it easier because it just has one policy for everybody, but I mean, even looking at, I went through the existing policy line by line, and I highlighted in yellow what would be considered neutral or could apply to council, and then in purple what applies explicitly to employees. It talks about being reimbursed because you've taken an advance. Obviously, we don't do that. We don't have a paycheck for to be taken off of. But I've never had a resident tell me that they wanted decisions to be made with less transparency. If anything, they're always telling us that they want more transparency around our decisions, and I think pre-approval and limitations around our travel accomplishes that.
I would like to wait until we get the one you guys have been working on. If you could bring that back to us when you guys have that done, that would be my opinion at the moment.
Why don't you work on that, put the language in it that you're recommending, staff has recommended. I think I got an email from Cody on this matter as well, with staff. That's staff's direction to us. That's what I think would make it easier for y'all. I don't think we're violating any transparency issues if you bring that back to us with the language in the current policy that would apply to all of us, and we approve it as a council.
Okay.
Would that be a good compromise?
It doesn't require council approval. It's an employee policy.
Okay. Well,
I mean, if council would like to be part of that policy, then we would bring it back to council. I don't think
yeah,
that.
we would want to approve that and say, yes, we want to fall under that policy. I mean, that's what I'm saying. we will make it official, even though we've been following that policy.
That's the direction I would like to go at the moment. I think that's a good compromise. Garza, you have a,
No, I agree. Sounds good.
Jerome?
I agree.
Okay. So then we'll,
Do
just,
you need a motion, or is that enough direction?
That's guidance that we can move forward with, so we will do
All
that.
right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Mary, next item,
Item number 8E,
8D. There's the one right there below it. It's kind of hidden.
8D, I'm sorry, city water and revolving fund presentation.
Good evening, Council. Evan Patterson, City Engineer. Tonight, I'm going to talk about city water and how we're proposing to increase access for city water using the state's revolving fund program, or SRF program. I'll talk about where we have coverage for city water within the city limits right now. I'll give an overview of the SRF program, and then I'll talk about, in broad strokes, what our proposed plan is for using this program to increase the number of people who have access to city's water. So this is a map showing the city limits in red, and within that, we have highlighted in blue the extent of our potable water distribution network. This is about 300 miles in total of pipelines. I think we have about 16,000 customers. Some of those are outside the city, but the bulk of them are within the city limits. And this system distributes about 2.25 billion gallons of potable water to our customers every year. So we went through that existing network and started reviewing subdivisions that did not have access to water, and in most cases had requested access to city water previously. So you can see on this map we have a number of them called out. I combined a couple of them, like Nightlinger and Westview, because there's a bit of an overlap in that area. And one of them, Spyglass Hills, is actually getting water mains installed right now, and they may have made the last connection today. So that one is one that didn't use the SRF program. They went through the traditional special assessment policy. But it is an example of how these areas are gradually getting filled in. Some of the other subdivisions on this map that don't have water haven't actually been built out, so I didn't add them to the list because that's something obviously that we would deal with when those get to that point. So the SRF program started with two separate actions, state law and federal law. In '94, we established the Public Water Supply Loan Fund, and in '96, the feds established the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. Those two sources of funding get combined into the State Revolving Fund program. So some of the money for these projects comes from the feds, some comes from the state. The purpose of this is to assist public water systems in financing the costs of infrastructure needed to achieve or maintain compliance with EPA or KDHE requirements and to protect public health. Kansas has had nearly $500 million awarded in projects since this project's inception, and Hutchinson has been the recipient of a number of them, even in my time. I think the largest one probably was the replacement of some lift stations in town, and of course, we're participating in the SRF program for our big slate of projects out at the wastewater treatment plant that we're working on right now. We've also had a number of water main replacement programs approved and completed under this program. So it's been a good partner for us through the years. So there's a process for pre-applying, and the projects that pre-apply are scored according to published criteria, and then they're all ranked based on that score. Then KDHE compares that ranking to the amount of money that they have for each fiscal year, and they establish how many projects they believe will be able to be funded. The categories for scoring include topics like water quality issues, consolidation of systems, improvements to reliability of the systems, state median and applicant household income levels. And there are special categories that apply as well, like issues with water treatment plants or wastewater treatment plants. And then KDHE also has the ability to adjust the scoring a little bit based on particulars of those projects. The SRF loans can cover engineering, planning, and design costs, construction costs, and construction, engineering, and inspection costs. The interest rates for the loans are based on the market rates, and I think the last set that we got approved for, our loans were in the 2 and change % range, if I remember correctly, from 2025. We've typically applied for the 20-year loan repayment period, and as you can see from the table, that sets the loan for the SRF rate at 60% of the market average. If you pick a little longer loan repayment period, it changes a percentage to 70 and then 80% as you extend up to 40 years for a loan repayment period. So how are we going to use this system to improve access? So the proposed process has 3 basic steps. We're going to apply for, pre-apply for SRF loans for areas without water. And then if we get approved on the pre-application, we'll then turn around and fill out the final applications. The City of Hutch staff can probably manage about 2 of these loans a year just based on our ability to manage the paperwork associated with the loans. The council does have to pass resolutions for each of these loans when we apply for them, and then to actually accept the loans as well. Programs are not guaranteed to be selected for the program. We've had a number that haven't qualified, and the pre-approval process really cuts down on the amount of work we have to put in, as it's only a 1-page form compared to the multi-page form for the full application. We did pre-apply for 2 projects in this area. For this year, we applied for Foothills Estate and Lakeview Hills. We had looked at those projects relatively recently, so we had buildups for the costs associated with getting water into those areas that were readily available and meant that we could make the deadline for pre-applications, which was May 1st. So it's a relatively crude criteria, but we felt that it was better to get applications in rather than try to do something that would take more time and might not have it complete by the deadline. So once we've been awarded those SRF loans, we'll use the SRF loans to reduce special assessments for the residents. Again, you can get down to 60% of market rates, and there's not any limit to how many of these can be active at one time because the city isn't actually burdened. We would use the special assessment program, which is our normal tool for getting these projects built, but it would be at a much lower interest rate than would be available through our normal bonding process. And there are cases where, depending on the source of the money and the need, the state has been able to provide forgiveness for a portion of these loans, which would just cut down on the amount that the residents would have to pay. I recommend that we keep doing this every year until we have coverage complete within the city of Hutchinson for the residents that want access to water. Like I showed on the map, we have 8 areas that we've identified so far. One of them is already getting water through the traditional special assessment policy. The other 7, we hope, will be more successful using this method. And so that'll take at least 4 years. There may be some other areas in town where we don't have access to water. It's not always clear on a subdivision level, so we need to do a little more digging. So the 8 subdivisions without water access, and again, Spyglass Hills is in progress, are listed up here. I wanted to give you an idea of how many customers we'd be adding. So in total, it's only a couple hundred customers. So this is not a huge load on the city's capacity to supply water. This won't even put a dent in our capacity. And some of these places have requested water a number of times. Foothills Estates, you can see, unfortunately, the private water wells in that area are starting to run into iron bacteria contamination, so it's fouling the little whole house filters they all have, and it's probably related to the water levels in the aquifer in that area. Some of the other ones I wasn't able to actually find when they'd requested water, but all of these have requested water, sometimes multiple times. And those tried to go through the petition process under the special assessment policy, and that failed for various reasons. Sometimes it's the expense, sometimes they just weren't able to convince enough people in the neighborhood that city water was better than private wells. So we may run into the same problems in some of these neighborhoods, but we want to go through the effort of attempting to reduce the costs, so that is no longer as big of a prohibition. So the schedule and some milestones associated with this process are laid out on this slide. The SRF pre-approval, which was due a couple of days ago, we've completed for 2 projects. The list of projects that have been pre-approved is usually published in July. Last year, KDHE, I think, got it out on July 1st. So I don't expect that early, but it's still only a couple of months away. Once we get that, the SRF loan process requires that we have public meetings. I think we are required to have a public meeting and a public hearing for each of the loans, and we need to have community meetings started for the special assessment process. So that'll all be occurring if these projects are pre-approved, and it'll be occurring in the August-September timeline. And then for the SRF applications themselves, City Council will be required to pass a resolution for each of those applications, and we'll have to have enough engineering with decent quality cost estimate to form the basis for the application itself, which is due in October. And we usually find out mid-next year if we get a notice to proceed. After that, we would have the vote for the special assessment district based on the financing that we saw in the approved loan. And then if the special assessment vote passes, we'll begin the design for the project. And that takes 6 to 12 months, depending on the complexity. We can expedite the KDHE agency review by that. They have a pilot program for agencies to, the authorities like the City of Hutchinson to review on the part of KDHE. But the SRF review is separate. It doesn't take as long, but it does require that we submit to them at the end of design. And then construction would begin once we received all the permits and the approvals from KDHE. And the whole process would take 18 to 24 months from the start of us pre-applying. So this isn't a super fast process, but it's still hopefully a tool that we can use to reduce the costs for some of these areas where it's just been prohibitive for the residents. And that's it. Any questions?
How about the 30th Street where Mr. Scott lives? That area, 30th Street, did they gonna get any water?
So Apple Lane doesn't, and it's, let me see here, it's tied into the, I think it's the east side of the Union Valley Fruit Tract. It may be hard to see in there because they're just west of you. So Union Valley Fruit Tract is on the east and west sides of Apple Lane. And it's one of the ones that we've talked multiple times because we have water in your neighborhood, we have water along 30th. I think we even have water along 17th. So it's not a long run to get it in there. But so some of these projects are not very large. I think Sherwood Hills is another one where we have a bunch of water mains around the area, and it's just extending them along a couple of streets. So not a huge cost, hopefully, when we take advantage of the SRF program. And we may be able to bundle some of these neighborhoods too. If they're not huge dollar, hugely complex projects, we may be able to bundle them in one SRF loan and simplify some of the loan paperwork process, which would be nice.
Does their proximity allow you to bundle them, or like being able to do the work at the same time? What would allow you to bundle them or not bundle them?
I don't think, so the only criteria that would matter for KDHE would be either project cost or one other criteria when they're looking through it is state median and applicant household income levels. So they'll compare the income levels for neighborhoods. All of these are generally in the same area, and I don't have a good enough feel for the household income level map to know where the breaks are between the zones. That might impact it, but that would be the only thing I could think of, other than just our capacity to manage decent-sized projects.
So the 2026 budget had 2.5 million in it from an SRF loan that the 56 water line
Yes.
project that is not moving forward. What happens to that 2.5 million that was budgeted that is not going to be used on that?
I think that money, if it's not actually spent on a project, it just goes back into the whatever source funds it was going to come from. So I don't remember what we had that targeted from. No? You want to come up, Angela? Because it's different if we put the project on hold versus like
Yeah,
killing
because that
it,
one's
right?
like dead.
Yeah, so if we don't take out the SRF loans, it just frees up more capacity to either bond or do other SRF programs. There was, I can't remember offhand, but there was probably some type of match that we had set aside, and I don't remember where we had set aside that money. So that would be freed up to do other projects as well. But I'd have to look at the budget for sure.
Okay, so if it came from the water budget, it would go back to the water budget.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just probably never got moved there, so it's
Okay.
originally there.
But if it was bonded and or if it was going to be bonded, I believe it was going to be bonded, the 2.5.
Most of it, yeah.
And so if it was going to be bonded, then that, I don't recall the match being in the,
I don't remember.
Budget,
That was
CIP
like over
stuff.
a year ago. We could take a look and consider it, because that'd be potential to assist in these programs too, but. So again, nothing complicated, just we're trying to prioritize neighborhoods within the city. It was surprising to me, we looked at sanitary sewer as well, because we thought there's an equivalent SRF program for the wastewater side, and the coverage for sanitary sewer is almost 100%. So it's not really at all the same scale issue. As you saw from the number of parcels that are covered in this, there's not a ton up there that aren't, but it's significant enough that we want to start a program for it. Sanitary sewer is nowhere near that.
Have you heard any more out of the Lakeview or Sherwood areas for pursuing that any farther, or no?
I haven't, and those requests were before I was doing anything related to them, so I have paperwork in the files, but I don't have any idea what the follow-up was.
Well, I think they probably stalled out, but I wasn't sure, so I'm just curious if you had any more information on those. So.
I might have contact info for the people who initiated the petitions, and I might try reaching out to them again just to see. Actually, so I take that back. Lakeview Hills, I'm sorry. I always forget that's the panorama one.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. So no, I do remember. So the original petitioner had decided not to circulate that petition because of the cost.
Okay.
There were other people in the community in that same neighborhood who'd expressed interest in it, and wanted to restart the petition, but I don't think they've reached out to us. I don't remember what the assessed cost was, maybe $19K per parcel or something. Does that sound right?
Yeah, somewhere in that vicinity, yeah.
Yeah. So it's steep, even if you're amortizing over 10 or 20 years, it's
Right.
steep, so. I had thought of running through a hypothetical to show what the difference in cost would be for normal bonding, market rates versus the reduced rate loans, but I ran out of time. So I'm happy to run that again on a subsequent presentation, maybe when we've got an idea whether any of these were pre-approved.
Okay.
Go
ahead, sorry.
One more line of thought here. So do you know, so these are all of the subdivisions without water?
I don't know if they're all. These are the ones I've
Okay.
identified so far. There may be parts of other ones that don't.
Okay. So do you know which ones of these are already in the petition process or already started somewhere along the way?
I don't, because there's no formal cancellation of the petition process. So we just know when we send the paperwork to someone and they can initiate it at any time, but if they stop it, like in the case of Lakeview Hills, there's no closure really on it, so that petition may still be out there, but we haven't formally started any of the process, I think.
Okay, so if there's an old petition out there circulating, a new person could restart it, or they would have to get a hold of the person who had begun it and.
I don't know what the case is if there's two competing petitions. Angela, do you have any experience with this?
Okay, so one probably flaw in our process is we don't have like a stall out or this petition's only good for 2 years or whatever. So if you did have, I have asked this before, if you did have an old petition that came in, we would have to revise the cost. So if the cost had changed significantly, it wouldn't be valid anymore. We would have to redo it.
And then they would be back at the starting line. So the residents went through all of this effort in good faith, and then nothing could even come of it, potentially.
Yeah. If someone wanted to recirculate it, I would highly advise they reach out to us before they do that.
So is there a way for us to, like, reach out to the folks who had requested petitions over the past 10 years and tell them, like, and go through a process, or I don't know if it's a process or an ordinance or what, change to update and say that we have a 6-month window or 9-month window or something, that we have to have your petitions back in order for the costs to be valid, because costs can jump quite a bit. I mean, look at gas and petroleum over the past 2 months. Like,
the petitioners that I spoke to about, in the last several years, I have told them, if you don't approve this soon, the cost will change and we'll have to go through it again. So I did warn the people that we were handing the petitions to. Sherwood Hills, they did have a community meeting, and that probably is or could potentially be like low cost because some of them just couldn't afford it. So I believe that one stalled. I think there might be a mix of income levels there. Apple Lane, just to circle back to that one, they did try a petition a few years ago, and there was like one majority owner who wasn't on board. So that one stalled as well.
and there's no way to give a single majority owner like that less weight, or
so you can do the petitions by like frontage, or you can do them just by number of lots. I would have to revisit that one, but I think like frontage or majority of lots, that owner had the most. So I don't think it would have mattered how.
And is that
structured it.
something that's written into state statute or into our?
Yes.
I think those are very good points, Stacy, and I think that we need to get something when you're mailing out the petition packet that says, 6 months or whatever. I think you bring up a
Yeah,
great
I mean,
point.
any professional service, if you get an estimate or a bid, there's a deadline on there that says it's due back within so long, or else it's not valid. And I think the stakes are even higher with drinking water for families, multiple families, that we should revise that policy and make it a lot more clear for people.
Yeah, it seems like an easy fix. I mean,
Yeah.
from the
Yes,
outside
it's-
looking in.
Yes, it's just lessons learned
Yeah.
after doing the last couple, so.
And we will continue to talk about water all the time. So,
There was one neighborhood, it started with a B, I can't remember. Jack, do you know what, out west? You sent me, I can't remember what it was called. Anyway,
It's not Brentwood, is it? I don't think
no,
that's
it
out
was way
west.
out west, off of 5th or 4th.
Some of the ones out there aren't in the city, because that's one of the ones that, the neighborhood on the north side of 4th or 5th, out west, they're all on septic, and so we've talked about trying to get them on sanitary sewer, so I don't know if those are the ones in the city or not.
I'd have to,
Northwest of 4th and Wolfguard.
we'll try.
Like I said, I'm fairly certain I've missed some spots in my review, and I'd be happy to, if you guys have ones that you know of, be happy to add those to the list. We want to get these people water if we can.
Any more questions? Thank you, Evans.
All right, thank you.
All right, Mary, next item.
Item number 8E, approval of proposed Zimmerman Hutchinson Park building permit and tap fee reduction.
Good evening again, council. Jason Lady, building official. So before you tonight is a proposed Zimmerman Hutchinson Park. It's a building permit and tap fee reduction. So,
Ruben, you can't go nowhere.
right. So my recommendation is that City Council approve the requested $80,000 reduction in the building permit fee and water service tap charges for the proposed Zimmerman Hutchinson Park project. This action will support significant housing investment in Hutchinson, address critical housing needs, and further the objectives as outlined in the city's adopted plans. The proposed Zimmerman Hutchinson Park development is a new $8.7 million multifamily housing project. It's located at North Lorraine Street at 11th on Lorraine. It's in that, I really wasn't prepared to bring anything up this morning, but if you're familiar with it, it's that triangle area over by the atrium area. So the project will construct 48 new apartments, contributing to the city's housing inventory, addressing identified shortages in available housing stock, and supporting a broader community development goal. So with this, the total estimated cost of the city-related fees for the project are approximately $33,205.55. This consists of $24,355.55 in building permit fees and $8,855 in water service tap charge. So the applicant has requested city participation through the reduction of applicable city fees in the amount of $80,000 to support the project's application for the LIHTC funding. This is the low-income housing tax credit. And as you may know, the LIHTC process is a highly competitive, points-based federal program used to finance affordable housing developments, in which it's demonstrated where the local jurisdiction demonstrates local financial support. And that's a key criteria in determining the funding of the award, or the award of the funds. So the proposed participation includes a waiver of all applicable building fees and water service tap charges, totaling approximately $33,205.55, which would reduce the applicant's building-related obligation to $0. This fee waiver is intended to enhance the project's financial feasibility and improve its competitiveness for the LIHTC funding, thereby increasing the likelihood that this project will succeed. The applicant's request is based on the project's unique characteristics, its reliance on a complex blend of financing sources and initiatives or incentives, and its strong alignment with key goals identified in the city's adopted plans. So a quick analysis is that the addition of these 48 apartments would directly support our strategic objectives with the city's outlined documents. First of all, the Reno County Housing Needs Assessment 2024. This project would directly address the needs in a variety of ways. One, adding 48 new housing units to our community. Secondly, providing income-restricted housing through the LIHTC program. This would expand housing options with enhanced affordability for workforce and moderate to fixed income households. This emphasizes the role of expanded housing options in attracting new residents to our community, and then supporting stabilization and reinvestment in our community. This also, we could also, when we talk about city adopted plans, we also have the comprehensive plan. The housing needs and the community impact here. The comprehensive plan highlights the needs for increased market rate, moderate or fixed or low income rate housing, residential developments, and supports the creation of walkable mixed-use neighborhoods. The Zimmerman Hutchinson Park project aligns with these objectives, offering modern housing options that enhances the city's livability, appeal to a range of income levels, and contribute to the broader goal of revitalizing our community. Then we look at the strategic plan alignment. This project advances multiple objectives within the city's strategic plan. The project directly addresses these in a variety of ways. This expands and diversifies the housing options. This project increases both the supply and the variety of housing directly in implementing the strategic objective as outlined in our strategic plan. It takes care of what we have. This development supports neighborhood vitality, it encourages reinvestment in the community, and it also utilizes our current infrastructure that is in that area. It analyzes and updates funding models. The proposed incentive represents a targeted policy-based financial tool to achieve community goals through leveraging private and federal investment, and then invest in neighborhoods and community development. The project enhances livability and contributes to long-term growth and community stability. Then we have the LIHTC considerations. The LIHTC program allocates funding based on competitive scoring systems administered at the state level. A critical component of this scoring is support demonstrated by the local jurisdiction, often in the form of financial participation. So what does non-approval look like? So projects without meaningful local participation are significantly less. Sorry. The requested $80,000 is intended to maximize the scoring potential, and without the LIHTC funding, the project is unlikely to succeed in its current form. Hutchinson Community, next is the Hutchinson Community Benefits and Return on Our Investment. This project represents a targeted local investment that leverages significant private and federal funding to deliver long-term affordable housing, strengthen the tax base, and advance the city's adopted strategic priorities. Again, the benefits, increases our housing stock by 48 income-restricted housing units. It increased property tax base and utility revenues. It supports for workforce housing and provides economic stability. It leverages both private and federal investment in the community, and as I've demonstrated, it advances many of the city's adopted plans. Overall, the Zimmerman Hutchinson Park project advances these priorities by adding market rate apartments to Hutchinson's aging housing stock, by diversifying housing options and strengthening the local residential base, and given the project's direct alignment with the strategic goals and its broad community benefits, and the leverage of outside funding to realize its competition, staff believes that supporting the request reduction is in the city's best interest. I've already talked about the strategic alignment, so I'm really not going to go into that. Financial considerations for this is just the loss, obviously, of the tap fees that we would have along with the building permit fees, relying upon the long term of the increased tax base and the revenue generated by utilities. So there's no upfront financial risk to the city, just that we won't take those in at the beginning of the project, and we'll recoup those over long term. So it is recommended by staff that the City Council approve the requested $80,000 reduction in building permit and water service tap charges from the proposed Zimmerman Hutchinson Park project. This action will support a significant housing investment in Hutchinson, addressing critical housing needs, and further the objectives as outlined in the city's adopted plans. And then I'll stand for any questions.
Do you know where the Zimmerman project, how many points did they get on their LIHTC application last year?
I do not know that.
Okay, I don't know who you are, but come on down. Or if the mayor
No,
allows.
you're fine to come.
I'm Jeff Beckler. I'm with Zimmerman Properties at 1329 East Lark Street in Springfield, Missouri. And your question was how many points?
How many points were you granted last year?
I believe we were at 88 or 89.
Do you know what the bottom winners were?
bottom winners were 91 or 92.
That's what I thought.
So
And
it was right there.
in that, I know that the size of that area is pretty small, so you're kind of limited on how many apartments you're gonna fit in there,
Yep.
obviously. Does the number of apartments come into play with how points are assessed?
Not the number of units.
Okay.
It may come into, no, that's not true either. It does not come into play with the competitive nature of
Okay.
it. But we are doing 48 units. That is the most units that anybody's applying for in town. So
Yeah.
4 stories with an elevator, so.
And then, so last year's, we granted an amount off, but it wasn't a full waiver. This is asking for a full waiver of all tap fees.
Yeah, correct. Just real briefly, they do it in 2 tiers. So that first tier is $40,000 and a reduction of fees. And tier 2, that's worth 5 points.
Okay.
And then that's what was achieved last year. Tier 2 is up to the 80,000. That'll get you the 10 points. So in essence, 5 points more.
So all things being the same, you're looking at 93 points this year.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I need to confirm that we were right at the 88, but yes.
Okay.
And with some other avenues that we are pursuing, we're trying to be a good partner with the Hutchinson Foundation and Aubrey Patterson. I think we'll actually get over that 93, so, just for context.
Okay. In looking at the winners last year, it was Lawrence, Kansas City, Derby, and Kansas City Metro. I thought Goddard also was.
Goddard, I did believe, get awarded, but the distinction here is those are metro counties that KHRC, that's the state housing agency, as you're aware. Those are metro counties. So Shawnee, Douglas, Wyandotte, Johnson, and I'm forgetting one. I can't remember now. But anyway, I think there's one more. All of those counties compete against each other.
Okay,
so
I'm looking at the wrong list.
Yeah, so every other county in Kansas competes against Reno.
And I know you can't speak to this, but, and nobody else is here from the other project, the other LIHTC project. So the assumption is that the other LIHTC project that we did a letter of support last year is also competing against you.
Sure, great for Hutchinson.
Right, exactly. And in our mind, like, a win is a win. If one or both of you is granted the funds, it's a win for Hutch. The way I'm looking at this is, it feels like we'd have to get in touch with them. I don't see why they would say no, but it feels like we could grant a full building permit and tap fee reduction to both. And that would increase the likelihood of both passing. Now, AEP hasn't asked us to do that.
Yeah.
We could proactively reach out to them.
You certainly have that ability. I chose to ask.
Right.
So, I feel like Zimmerman's really done their diligence, and we kind of took a chance with staff and their opinion. Staff's been, I've been working on this deal I first contacted Chris probably 2.5 years ago, 2 years ago. So I took a chance in seeing what staff's opinion on getting to that second tier. And so that's what I did, and I can't speak for why that other group didn't do that.
Yeah. I don't have any additional questions at this time.
Council, you have any other questions?
Thanks, Jason.
I don't think so.
No, sir.
Mr. Garza?
No, sir.
And if I could, just real quick, speak to a little bit of that. No, they did not ask. They only asked if they could use the material from last year to go forward with this year's awarding of the LIHTC fund. But we got to remember too, I think part of that is that where we're looking at complete low income on this project, we're also looking at some market rate on that project. It's a mix of use on that project. Yes, it's a win-win if we get both of them, but we also got to weigh the cost of possibly getting neither one in those instances too. So I think we need to do what's best for Hutch, but we'll definitely talk about it as a staff and see where we land.
Okay. Then if there's no other questions, I would be looking for a motion to approve this reduction in fees.
So moved.
Second?
Truman,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Doss,
Yes.
Bath,
Yes.
Akers.
Yes. Next item?
Item number 9, city officials, council.
Who wants to be first? Truon? Garza?
I think Truant's got his hand up over there.
Okay, I thought I saw that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good call.
I'll go. So, last council meeting, we were having discussion about the city and Hutch Rec, and it was brought up, and it's been brought up multiple times, about a couple MOUs that were needing to be signed and that have been kind of stretched out for a couple years. That night I reached out to Mr. Tony Finley, and I reached out to Justin Combs. I said, we need to get this done. The next day I was contacted by their agency with some dates to set up a meeting. Yesterday, myself, Cody Smith, Justin Combs, Mr. Finley, and his staff met, and I'm very proud to announce that we got one of the MOUs done. It's just got to be finalized, and I think Tony can back me up on this. I think the ball, so that was the Salt City Splash, and I believe probably with some emails back and forth, we'll have the ball field one complete, and if everything goes good, probably be bringing that to the next council meeting for the approval, and then the next day will be their board meeting and their board meeting. So I just want to thank Tony and his staff and our staff for working very hard, get it done, and we can move on. So I think that's all I have.
Thanks, Darren. Mr. Garza?
I'm second.
Oh, okay.
You want me to go?
You want to go? All right.
Second.
Okay, that's okay, I'm fine. I've been first.
You want me to go, Garza?
Are you sure, Garza?
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've got a list of things here. The first thing I want to talk about is accountability for the ICMA video through a timeline. There's been much talk about this over the last month or two. I want to give a full timeline of when things happened, and I've reached out to staff. I've done my own investigation. ICMA reached out to Enrico on August 21st of 2025. On September 2nd of 2025, during the council comments, Enrico mentioned the IMCA video and the conference. Specifically talked about not going to the league meeting, but probably going to this one. That would be, I believe, on 9/2, and I believe it's at the 5-hour, 34-minute mark. If you want to check me on that. Production crew filmed on 9/24. I remember when we were filming the last scene out in front, outside, I asked Enrico, how much is this costing? And Stacy, you were right there with us, and he said mid-20s. So anyway, the final edits were approved on 10/14 of 25. The ICMA conference occurred on 10/25 of 25. And Enrico and I went to that and enjoyed seeing our city featured. That's why I'm sitting on council. I want to elevate our city. I want the word out. So City received an invoice on 11/5 of '25, and then the expenditure was placed on the 11/18/25 council meeting. It was approved 5-0 via the consent agenda. No questions were asked about it. More recently, the video has received 27,000 views on YouTube, which is the highest YouTube thing. When you search City of Hutch, that is the most engaged video on YouTube. Next, I want to talk about Enrico for a minute. I'm going to talk about his raise. I'm going to talk about how leadership is important. I stand by my and council's decision to renew Mr. Vegas' contract and all the language included. Since joining the City of Hutchinson, Mr. Villegas has consistently demonstrated exceptional leadership, strategic foresight, and professionalism, and has elevated every department under his direction. Under his guidance, Hutchinson has seen strengthened financial management, improved employee retention, innovative department recognitions, and the successful launch of key community initiatives that have been stalled for years. These gains are tangible, and they translate directly into better services for the residents, a better regulatory environment for business, more efficient operations, and improved quality of life for our residents. Some have asked why leadership stability matters. The answer is simple. Consistency at the administrative level is one of the strongest predictors of a city's long-term success. Frequent turnover disrupts progress, delays major projects, and ultimately costs taxpayers far more than a competitive salary ever would. His raise is not a reward for the status quo. It's an investment in continued excellence. Retaining a strong, effective city manager is one of the most important ways we uphold our commitment to efficient, ethical, and visionary government. That's how I feel, and I couldn't have said it any better. Those are not my words. Those were words on Facebook in December that you wrote, Stacy, and I appreciate you writing those. So I just want to put that out. I want to know how much you're appreciated by me. And I think it is important that we continue to maintain good leadership here at the city. That's how we move things forward. Those are my thoughts on that. Data centers, I have visited 2 in Kansas City since the last council meeting. Got out of my car, looked around, listened, smelled all the things, and then this weekend I was in Denver, visited a data center in Aurora, Colorado. Same thing. I think there's a very big distinction between a mega hyperscale data center and ones that could possibly come to Hutch. There's so many different, when you say data center, the boogeyman's not coming to get you. I found it very enlightening for myself because I hear all the chatter, I hear all the stuff. So I just want to let people know that as I traveled over the last 2 weeks, I spent a significant amount of time and got out of my car and would love to see the inside of one. It was very enlightening. So Star Bond update, we're moving forward with that. Thank you, Dave, for the good report today. There's just many, many steps. Another step was achieved today. Southwest Bricktown Fiesta, 9/26 of 26 is the date. Let me repeat. September 26th of 2026, we will be having the Southwest Bricktown Fiesta yet again. And this morning I got to welcome the folks from the Kansas County Highway Association to Hutchinson this morning. And there was 200 people visiting our town. Again, I'll never say no when I'm asked to promote Hutchinson and encourage people to come downtown. I have to say the 3, downtown, Stratica, and Cosmosphere. We all know there's many more good things in Hutch than that, and I didn't look at their schedule. I told them that I hadn't looked at their schedule, but if they had free time, please visit us. And then, Paul, F and Monroe, is that gonna happen before you retire?
Got to.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Thanks, Rick. Mr. Garza.
I'm wondering what you want done at F Monroe.
Cleaned up,
Cleaned up?
car's gone.
Car's gone?
I mean, I've been asking for 3 years.
Okay. Okay, now it's my turn. Being semi-last to the situation. All right. As you know, one of my biggest things was on the rec commission. I do appreciate you coming and talking. People have the right to say what they want to say. You're right. We're going to get together. This is not over. Let's get together because this is something you don't think was done right. You're not the only one. I've had all kinds of calling. So we need to get together to see what we can get this straightened out or see what happened, okay? And see if we can get a group with these guys here and see if we can't see what happened and get it straightened out, okay? We need to sit down and talk, okay? This is a great city. As you know, my son came for the first time. I have 4 sons. He's not here no more. That's the one he's leaving. He has to go to work at 11. He works at the prison. So I was trying to get him in to be a city council. I doubt he'll do it now. I see him yawning over there. So I'm glad he came. And if he's listening right now, I appreciate you coming out here and supporting me. He wanted to see how it was done. He said he's heard a lot of bad things about me. And he said, I wanted to come and hear it for myself and sit down and look at what's going on, you know. So we're a city that's get together to start earning our respect back. We kind of lost in respect for each other. We've lost respect. We've got to have respect, guys. And if we have to get this figured out to get your respect back for the city, that has to be done. So let's get together and talk, see what we can do and get this thing straightened out. Do you understand me? Okay, so it's not over. Let's get it going. And as far as what you was working on? MOUs, that stuff there is great, but we attempted that already. It didn't work. So I hope MOUs is great, but we need to go more than that. We need to get to find out what's going on. Rico, like they said, you're great. Sorry, look at me. Did a good job. I know you're tired. I'm tired. You're doing a good job. Okay? So, that being said, you know I say what I'm saying. I probably will never get elected again because I do say what I say, what I want to say. People get mad at me for saying what I say, but I think what I say and I do what I say. I represent you guys. When I get complaints, I need to get them taken care of. This is my city as much as your city. As you see, I have 4 boys that live here, or I have 2 girls that live here. I have 15 grandchildren that live here, and I have to be a representative to them. If I don't speak up and say what I have to say, what they're going to think of me, right? So the city comes first. We live here, and guys, let's get together and start getting our respect back for each other. I think a respect is a lot. You have to have respect for me. We have to have respect for our officials. We have to have respect for our council people. And we start losing that respect, we have nothing. You know, a lot of people watch us. I get calls from people all the time. What are you people doing in Hutchinson, Kansas? We're all over the internet. Hutchinson as it turns. You know, they'll come here and watch our meeting. So if you're watching me tonight, I'm trying to speak up. And there's times I don't like to speak up because I got to say what I have to say. And sometimes I do what I got to do. I work at the prison. I take most of my vacation to do for you. I use none of my vacation for my personal business. My vacation is all done by going to D.C., by going to Japan, because that's how much I love Hutchinson. So I don't want you to feel sorry for me. That's what I do as being part of the city of Hutchinson. So one last thing I got to say is I am going to have a meeting this Saturday at the zoo. Come throw tomatoes at me if you want. Please be careful with me. I speak what I say, and I will speak to you too. So we'll have coffee and donuts 9 o'clock at the zoo. Be there. Let's talk things out and get it settled. Get Hutch back to respect. Respect is hard. All we got to do is listen to each other and try not to do anything wrong. Try to go by the law. Thank you so much for listening to me. It's up to you.
You're up.
Thanks. So, yeah, I stand by everything that I've said about Mr. Villegas and about his raise. I've never retracted those words, but thank you for the reminder. Just in the past, how long have we been in here? 3 hours. My marriage license has been posted online, pictures of my minor children. Is this where you were trying to go? My home address. People accusing me of using a different name than my husband. I use my legal name, Stacy Goss. It's been confirmed by Paul Brown when I filed for office. It's been confirmed by the state. It's the only name that I've ever had. It's on my passport. It's on my driver's license. It's on my college degrees. The fact that somebody would go so far as to accuse me of whatever that was is absolutely astonishing. I have no reason to recuse myself on anything that we have talked about this evening because I'm not being enriched by anything that we have spoken about this evening. Nothing rises to an actual conflict of interest. So, yeah, this is just, I'm absolutely appalled by maybe not in particular the guest speaker this evening, but the behavior of our community. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you, Stacy. So, oh, no, ma'am, no, ma'am.
I did not address you.
Ma'am, I need you to sit back down, please. I need, no, I need you to sit down.
As much as anybody, thank you. Have a great night.
We're not done with the meeting yet.
That's fine. I can be done whenever I'd like. Thanks.
Oh. Wow.
Okay, moving forward. So, I guess on a lighter note, this week is Public Service Recognition Week. So make sure that you get out there and recognize those people doing that. I wanted to congratulate Enrico on your 2-year mark. You're doing a great job, and we love having you here. You're a great fit for our city, our community, and I just can encourage you to keep pushing us forward to make this place better than it's ever been. So I just want to thank you for that. And then I wanted to talk about the May 8th and 9th, the Crown Series races come back to Hutchinson. The gates open at 5 o'clock. Races on the track at around 6. So I encourage everyone in Hutchinson to get out there and watch these races. And the Prairie Hills Nursery on Friday from 12 to 2. Some of these cars are going to be out there, so if you want to see them up close and personal, we invite you out free to the public. These cars will be out there that you can take a peek at and see what they actually look like up close. And then also, if anyone wants to reach out to me, I have tickets that I'd be willing to give out. We might have to talk city business first before I just hand over some tickets. So yeah, you all know to call me, not email me. So if you'd like to have that conversation, reach out and call. I'd be more than happy to get you some tickets. And then I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Mother's Day. And that's all I have. Enrico?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
with your public servant week, I was told earlier that we have somebody on the back row that has a birthday today, so happy birthday, Mr. Cecil. And thank you for what you do for our community.
Happy birthday.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Cecil. Sorry I missed that.
Mr. Mayor, can I make a correction? I
Yes.
didn't know it was Mother's Day.
Well, I'm just giving you a heads up there, Garza, so you can be prepared.
Not yet. It's not yet.
Not yet. It's
It's
close.
this weekend.
This weekend,
Yes.
Where
So
my,
you have time to plan still.
I'm just giving you a heads up, Garza.
sometimes I think about changing my meeting to the next thing.
Well, do you need to make a public comment about
Yeah, let's
that?
make a public comment. Yes.
The art fair is Saturday too.
Okay. cancel that right now. Public comment canceled for right now. The next city meeting I have, we'll make it then, okay? I'll check the holidays before I open my mouth, all right?
Yeah, make sure you get out and take care of your mother. Mr. Enrico?
Thank you all, council, for the kind words. And to address the ICMA video, I certainly learned a lot. I have talked with Nick Hemphill on 2 different occasions, probably totaling 4 hours each, or 4 hours total. And it was an innocent mistake from both Deborah and I. It may seem like an elementary mistake that, oh, you should have asked to use someone's picture or someone's video. I don't know copyright law. It's not my expertise by any stretch, but Nick certainly taught me a lot, and I think he could tell from both Deborah and I that it was a very sincere and honest mistake. So I do appreciate Nick and certainly raising the awareness. It's never fun to be publicly humiliated, but everyone has to learn some way, right? And so I appreciate Nick, especially with him being very kind with me when we spoke. And I do want to address some policy things. So since I've been here, we've revised certain chapters or sections of the employee handbook to either expand benefits or expand clarifications of certain things. We've revised our union contracts to make them fair and incorporated some FMLA things that weren't previously contemplated. We've taken a look at our special assessment policy and to address some policy blind spots. And while we can't fix every policy at once, one thing that I was looking at before the ICMA video was our purchasing policy. And I've talked at length here and there with department heads on trying to tighten those up. And I do want to read kind of a note that I did send to Angela and I believe the rest of the team, but with Outlook, whenever you want to type in something, it gets all bunched together. But I do want to at least read the email, and then I can certainly offer some context. So team, I'm working with finance to begin work on updates to the city's purchasing policy and related administrative procedures to add stronger financial guardrails in a few areas. Most notably, number 1, budget amendments, and number 2, capital financing, or as PAYGO. These changes are intended to keep the city's budget disciplined and sustainable well beyond the life of the sales tax, and to improve transparency and consistency in how we make spending decisions. So number 1, budget amendments and tightening the city manager's scope of authority, and I was doing this voluntarily. Effective with the updated policy package, once finalized and adopted, I want to reduce my scope of authority to approve budget amendments administratively and to establish clearer thresholds for what must go to council. And this is the direction to staff. Propose defined guardrails for when budget amendments can be handled administratively versus when they must go to city council for approval. Include a clear requirement that items requesting funding not already in the adopted budget must be elevated for council consideration and supported by a fiscal note that shows startup costs and at least 5 years of operating and maintenance impacts where possible, along with the funding source or offsetted savings. So some of the things that I was trying to take into consideration were, say if either staff or council says we would like to do X and it costs $100,000. Well, where in the budget then we would have to identify what would be cut in order to make sure that we can afford that project. So it's trying to keep everyone in line. Build the process so the default is, if it changes the adopted budget in a material way or creates ongoing cost, it goes to council, period. I want the policy to accomplish fewer incremental decisions that add up over time. more consistent council visibility on items that create ongoing obligations, particularly where there are staffing, maintenance, or multi-year operating impacts. Number 2, council escalation. I want the revised policy to clearly state that certain actions must go to council, particularly new or expanded services not included in the adopted budget, or any request that effectively increases service levels beyond what council adopted, supported by a fiscal note and identified funding offsets. CIP-related actions, which should continue to require a fiscal note showing design, construction, and 5-year O&M projections, and must reference the CIP line item and funding sources. Any action that would commit the city to long-term costs without an identified funding plan. I'm not trying to slow down operations. I'm trying to make sure we have predictable, defensible decision rules that hold up over time. Number 3, moving to pay-go for capital, reducing reliance on debt financing going forward. We also intend to shift toward a hybrid pay-go or pay-as-you-go financial approach for capital needs, meaning we pay cash for capital expenditures as costs are incurred, rather than routinely using credit or debt for items that can be reasonably cash funded. So the direction to staff as we work on this, develop a transition plan that prioritizes cash funding for capital projects and replacement and renewal needs where feasible. When debt is still necessary, whether for large projects, legal constraints, or timing issues, ensure recommendations explicitly address affordability and long-term impacts. Ensure capital decisions continue to align with the city's strategic plan and principle that projects included in the CIP have identified funding and include the operating impacts. These guardrails are about maintaining long-term financial health, controlling growth and ongoing commitments, requiring better documentation of long-term impacts, and reducing structural reliance on debt, so the city remains stable and flexible after the sales tax sunsets. Our current debt per capita is approximately $1,375 per person. I hope we can lower this over the years. The goal is a clearer, more disciplined system that supports good service delivery without creating hidden long-term obligations. So I've always approached the work that we do from, can we keep the momentum going? And so as we've had numerous budget discussions, and I was describing the alligator mouth where our expenditures and revenues just took off in different directions, on how we can tighten that and bring it back to at least zero it out. The sales tax accomplishes that, but so too does adopting pay-go and completely reforming how we budget. So as we approach our budget discussions around the CIP and MRF, which I'll need some general direction from you on and when you would like to hear that, you're going to see a lot about pay-go. You'll see a lot about, or we just call it bonded projects, but you'll see bonded projects, you'll see cash financed projects, and then one thing that I did request is over time, we'll show a chart of projected debt. And so hopefully we see the line go down for projected debt. That's always the goal. And so again, I think as anything, when we approach this, I've never abused any of the existing purchasing policies at all. There's been a few instances where if something broke, I did just go ahead and kind of authorize a purchase for that, but it was never in any large amount. Not necessary, I guess I should say, just enough to keep the operations going. So I did want to touch on the purchasing policy. That's been something we've been working on behind the scenes, Angela and I, and we'll continue to work on any of our policies that have blind spots in them. So,
hey Enrico, are we tasking Angela with too much?
I'm helping her with that.
Okay.
So that is something that Angela and I have been working on. So she's not just in the dark. Typically, it's just kind of I assign very generally. I at least put some concepts down, and then we work together on it. That's just always been my style. That way, at least I want to get my thoughts down.
Right.
So it's typically those work as like a draft, something for us to go off of. I've talked with some of my peers, most notably in Texas, where PAYGO is pretty popular, and I have asked them, and Angela's been on a few calls, or at least a call with me for sure, on how they've implemented PAYGO. And I'll probably call them a few more times just as we kind of iron this stuff out. But we've already kind of at least anticipated this. So with a lot of our utility rate increases, we wanted like water main replacements and valves and fire hydrants and things like that to be able to be cash funded. So that was the goal of that, to at least minimize the debt that we're taking on.
See, I have a problem with all this because we hired you as a city manager and you've done a great job. To me, you're getting gun shy. You're hired to make decisions. If you're hired to, that fire truck needs to have a $20,000 truck on it and you think it's the best to do it, then do it. That's what we hire. I'm just telling you, I'm honest with you.
Yeah.
That's what your job, that's what we hire you for. Now I see you with all this stuff going down, brother. I see you going the other way, say we want us to make this is fine. But it shows me, don't be gun shy. You're doing a great job. You make a decision.
For me, Garza, we need to continue to work within a budget. You know, if we're going over budget, then we have an issue. I mean, and we're not going to fix this overnight, but I think your intentions are good with less debt that the city carries and more accountability. I have no problem with that.
No, Steve, I totally agree with you. I mean, I agree with Greg too. You know, and I've talked to Enrico about this, and this isn't something he just made up last couple of days. We've talked about this months ago, about how he's wanting to do this PAYGO, and I mean, and I agree with you, Steve. I want him making the decisions because that's what we hire him for.
Yeah.
But in listening to him, I also understand and I agree that if this is going to be something that's going to be a major cost that could affect 2 or 3 years of budget, then yeah, that's what we need to hear, stuff like that. You know, but I also appreciate you trying to save money and figure out what we can save and you know, change past principles.
It is probably because we as council members say, hey, Enrico, I want to do this. I want to do this. I mean, I'm guilty of that. Thankfully, we got the bricks covered up on B Street. That's a good example of a project that got elevated. And so, you know, and I know we shuffled money around, but we still worked within the budget on that.
Correct.
So, I mean, you're our leader here. You do what you're comfortable with.
Well, that's my whole problem. We hired a city manager to do this. He does a great job. He's the best that's ever done. I've been there 33 years. I've been in this city budget 33 years. And we had city managers that just would blow money. Mm-hmm. He's never blown money. He's done his job, best job. And we're gonna tie his hands? Don't buy that tire because you need to buy a Walmart tire.
No, Steve, we're not tying his hands. I think we all agree with you. He needs to make decisions, but there's some decisions, bigger decisions, and I trust him to know what bigger decisions probably ought to come to us.
Well,
you know,
I don't see it that way. He's done a great job. I'm just being honest with you.
No, I appreciate all the feedback. I mean, it's helpful, again, just in draft form, right? I mean, technically, any policy we have can be considered draft form because it can always be changed, right? Stretching the concept a little bit, but, you know, it's something that Angela and I have been working on. I've mentioned it in the department head meeting a time or two as well, to at least shift to stop relying on debt. Either you have the money or you don't. And so that's at least the goal for this. And I've seen success stories in various states. And so it seemed worth adopting here. So it's going to be a trial by fire a little bit. I've never done this before. But I'm definitely excited to kind of learn as we go.
Well, I'll work with you if you want to do that. I mean, I see your point, but I have to be honest with you. I don't want to tie your hands. You're a city manager. We hired you to be city manager. We hired you to make the decisions. And I'm not saying you don't do it, but I think you do a great job. Do you understand? I have all the trust in you in the world.
No, I appreciate that.
All right.
Well, we'll continue to work on the purchasing policy. I mean, we still intend to apply it the pay-go principle in our budget process. I definitely think that's a very sound approach, just to, again, stop relying so much on debt and get control on spending. And with the video, the ICMA video, it's going to sound, I'll give credit to Ben Anderson, the CEO of Hutch Regional Health. I heard him talk to a few people, and he was trying to personify Hutchinson, and I really appreciated this. And he said something to the effect of, Hutchinson is a smart person, a beautiful person, but they just lack self-esteem. And so all I've ever wanted to do was improve the city's self-esteem. And so whether it was through a video, where it's highlighting our wins, you know, we're a city on the move, we have housing going up, we're fixing our downtown, and, you know, multiple partners are contributing to moving us forward. That was the purpose of the video. And it attracted 20-something thousand views, 27,000 views. I mean, it's a start. You know, is that something we're going to do all the time? No, absolutely not. But it was for the best of intentions. And again, I've learned a lot through this process of realistic costs for production crews or whatever the case may be. So I definitely appreciate all the learning opportunities, even though it included some public humiliation in the process.
I will tell you, Ben Anderson told me that story Sunday night about between 11 and midnight. We were on an airplane together coming back from Denver. And he told me that exact same story because I asked him. I said, Ben, how's Hutch going? What do you think about Hutch? And he told me that exact same story.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think it captures,
crazy.
You know, it captures the feeling well.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of potential. We just have to stop getting in each other's way.
Yeah. Interesting.
Now, those are all the comments that I have, at least for right now.
Thank you, appreciate that. All right, Mary, next item.
Item number 10, future agenda items, stormwater food charter ordinance, code violations, proclamation, discussion, SRF presentation.
Is there anything council would like to see on any of the future agenda, maybe to add here?
I'd like to see a pay raise.
How about 24 zeros?
That'll work.
Will that work?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Item number 11, executive session.
Probably should not.
At least half hour.
Half hour, okay, so 9:30.
Yeah.
Do we need to, Paul, question for you, do we need to call Stacy on this executive session? How does that work?
Sorry, she's gone, but we just need a motion and a second.
Okay. So, making a motion to move into executive session pursuant to personnel matters of non-elected personnel exception KSA 75 -4319B1 in order to discuss city manager matters. The open meeting to resume the city council chambers at 9:31 p.m.
I'll second it.
Truman,
Yes.
Garza,
Yes.
Bass,
But my
Yes.
wife's going like this to me.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Mayors, yes?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't think she
I'm
heard you.
gonna be home late, babe.
adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn. Need a second, Rick?
Second.
Yes.
Hey,
Yes. Yes.
all right. We probably haven't even got your broadcast yet. Does he have?